You know, when you get up out of the bed in the morning, you really don't know what's going to happen that day. And in a way, this is part of what makes life interesting, isn't it? Because really, literally, almost anything can happen. Some things that happen are kind of funny, but there are other times when what look like little things that might happen in our life can end up having some pretty big consequences. And this is really kind of what the whole idea of time and chance is about, that we don't really know exactly what's going to happen. Sometimes we have what you might call happy accidents, and sometimes we have things that aren't so happy. What I'm talking about tonight is found in the scriptures in Ecclesiastes chapter 9. So we want to take a look at this and think about it a little bit. You know, a lot of us have kind of an illusion that we can totally control what our future is going to be. There's a lot of people that think if you're smart enough and you work hard and you have a good plan, then that ensures you success. And certainly that helps. However, Ecclesiastes 9:11 says this: "The race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, neither yet bread to the wise, nor yet riches to men of understanding, nor yet favor to men of skill. But time and chance happen to them all." Well, some people on reading this verse criticize this verse, and they would say, for instance, well, the fastest person wins the race. What is this talking about? Or the strongest person wins the battle. But you see, when we're talking about chance, that's not always what happens, is it? For example, we have this report of the fastest man alive losing the 100-meter sprint. And surely Usain Bolt was surprised that he lost to an American, and he said, "You can't win every race. I've learned that." Well, why can't the fastest man in the world win every race? Well, it's because of chance. Certain things can happen. You can have a rock in your shoe you didn't know was there. You can trip over a crack in the road. Many different things could happen. So even though you're the fastest, you can't be sure that you're going to win the race. So the race is not always to the swiftest person. I watched this with my dad when I was a kid, back in 1964. Sonny Liston was an unparalleled champion with 35 wins. Look at how much he towers over his opponent here. Look at the length of his arms, how much more powerful he appears than his opponent. And yet, this 22-year-old Olympian, Cassius Clay, surprised everyone when he scored a TKO in round 7 to become the world champion. And this made sports history because the battle is not always to the strongest person. There are other unknown factors sometimes that enter in, and things turn out differently than what you might think. We have another example of this same thing, but slightly different. This is a chart of the 1967 Arab-Israeli War that occurred between June 5th and June 10th, 1967. You notice the two sides there On the one side, you have the little nation of Israel. And on the other side of the war was Egypt, Syria, Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon, also supported by Algeria, Kuwait, Libya, Morocco, Pakistan, the PLO, Sudan, and Tunisia. So, with all of those countries warring against the one country of Israel, what would you expect the outcome to be? Well, it would appear that Israel was hopelessly outnumbered and would suffer a crushing defeat. Look even further at these numbers. Israel was able to field 50,000 troops. On the other hand, Egypt was able to field 240,000 troops. The coalition of other countries was able to field an additional 307,000 troops. That's over 500,000 troops to 50,000 troops. That is an advantage of 10 to 1 on the battlefield. How likely was Israel to be able to defeat that huge number? Well, then we have aircraft. Israel had 300 combat aircraft, while the enemy had 959 combat aircraft, an advantage of over 3 to 1 in aircraft. Israel had 800 tanks, but the enemy had over 2,500 tanks. Again, an advantage of over 3 to 1. The Arab coalition went into this thinking that they would surely drive Israel into the sea. This is what they said they were going to do. But it didn't turn out that way. It is true that Israel had 983 killed, according to the highest estimate, and 15 people captured. And I'm sure that was a great loss to the country. However, compare that to the losses of the Arab coalition. Egypt, 15,000 killed and over 4,000 captured. Jordan had over 6,000 killed, over 500 captured. Syria, 2,500 killed, and almost 600 captured. When you compare the numbers killed and captured of Israel's enemies, it is astoundingly more than the losses that Israel suffered. Israel lost 46 aircraft that were destroyed in the war, compared to over 450 aircraft that were destroyed of the enemy. Israel had 400 tanks destroyed, but there were unknown hundreds of tanks that were left as rusting hulks across the Sinai desert. Many of them still there today. Too many to be counted. So this is truly an amazing victory where what apparently is the strongest force by far was the one that suffered the crushing defeat, whereas the underdog turned out to be amazingly victorious in that war. Well, look at this. Instead of Israel being driven into the sea, notice the yellow part there in the map. That yellow part marks out the boundaries of Israel before the war. Now add in the light orange color, and you see all of the area that was captured by Israel during the war, more than doubling the amount of land that Israel was holding. In the picture that you see here of these young men, this is a famous picture. This is when IDF paratroopers took the city of Jerusalem in 1967, and it shows them for the first time reaching Jerusalem's western wall shortly after the capture. Now realize hundreds of years had gone by with Jerusalem under the control of foreign powers. And now these few young men were holding Jerusalem in their hand. This was not supposed to happen. When they went to war, there was no thought of taking Jerusalem. This is not something that was even decided by the Knesset or even by the highest leaders of Israel. General Dayan, when he realized it was possible to take the city, he had heard that the UN was about to declare a ceasefire, said, well, take the city. And so even unknown to the country of Israel, they went forward and they took the city. And it only took 3 paratrooper battalions to take the city. They actually encountered very little resistance at all, and the rest is history. Jerusalem was liberated. How can such a thing happen after hundreds of years? Well, we're reminded of Daniel chapter 2, where Daniel spoke to the great Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar. Daniel answered, "Blessed be the name of Elohim forever and ever. He changes the times and seasons. He removes kings, and he sets up kings." You know, to us, we're subject to change, aren't we? We're subject to things happening that we don't expect. This is not true of Elohim. He is in control at all times. Nothing catches him by surprise. And he is the one that raises and abases kingdoms. He is the one ultimately in control in the world. And in this particular case, we're talking about Israel. We're talking about the fulfillment of Bible prophecy here. And all of these events that we're talking about actually fulfill the words of Yeshua Messiah that we find in Luke 21:24. There, Messiah said about the Jews, "They will fall by the edge of the sword and will be led captive into all the nations." This began to be happening in the year 70 CE, and through the course of the Jewish wars, this was made complete. Jerusalem will be trampled down by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. So in this particular case, it wasn't the mighty that won the battle. It was the nation that represented the name of the one and only true God. And it happened because it was prophesied to happen. It was his will to happen. So even though it was so highly unlikely that the small nation of Israel would defeat all those enemies, yet it happened because Yahweh made it happen. Well, getting back to our verse, it tells us, "Neither bread to the wise nor riches to men of knowledge." Have you ever had somebody tell you, if you're so smart, how come you're not rich? Not everybody that's a genius ends up with riches. Here's a man, Nikola Tesla. He's perhaps one of the greatest inventors that ever lived. He gave us alternating current that we all use in our homes, the radio, wireless technology, neon lamps, and x-rays, just to name some of the things that he invented. You would think an inventor that gave us all of that would have been astoundingly wealthy and would have had a great estate to pass on. This is not how it ended up. Tesla died penniless in 1943 in the New Yorker hotel where he had lived for 10 years after being evicted from another hotel because he couldn't pay his bill. So truly, riches do not always go to men of knowledge. Kind of an amazing example of that, I think. Well, then we want to look at favor to the skilled. Look at this example. Now, here you have the team that gave us the Obamacare website, bringing forward their latest invention, the Barack Obama missile defense system, and yet for some reason it was rejected. Just a little joke for you, friends. Here's something that actually did happen. You might recognize her. Barbie, the most famous doll in the world. However, in 1959, when the whole idea of Barbie was first presented, this was not considered something that was a good idea. A number of top toy buyers, in fact, would not touch a Barbie doll because the creator of the Barbie doll, Ruth Handler, says those buyers would not order the doll because she was too adult. The idea about dolls, by the way, is have a little baby, right? So they just thought it was kind of a stupid idea and nobody would buy it. And also they were offended because the doll has a figure. And they thought that parents wouldn't like that. Nevertheless, the inventor of the doll, Ruth Handler, persisted with her idea. And of course, the rest is history. In 2013 alone, Mattel's Barbie doll brand generated over $1 billion. So while the originator of the Barbie doll, Ruth Handler, did not get the favor of the buyers, eventually the buyers would prove wrong, and her skill at creating really a landmark doll won out. It's kind of fun to look at real life examples of these things that we find in the Bible. And I've picked famous examples because that way I can talk to you about them. You're going to know who these people are just as I do. However, if you think about it, I'm sure you know people in your own sphere and even yourself that bear out the truth of these things that we find here in Ecclesiastes. I'm sure you know times when the fastest person didn't win the race, times when the strongest person didn't win the battle, times when the smartest person didn't get the money, times when the most skillful person did not receive the favor. This is because time and chance do happen to all people. They happen to you and me. There is another more serious side of all of this too, because in verse 12, Ecclesiastes goes on saying, "For man also doesn't know his time, as the fish that are taken in an evil net. And as the birds that are caught in the snare, even so are the sons of men snared in an evil time when it falls suddenly on them. And this is a fact. Many times, death catches people unaware. And often this happens in a way that destroys their plans. We have a few examples. This is Lou Gehrig. He's in the Hall of Fame. He was a New York Yankee in the 1920s and 30s, a great ball player. And in the midst of his career, his muscles started to fail him. So he went to the Mayo Clinic and they did extensive testing and they found that he had a rare disease abbreviated to ALS. This was confirmed on June 19th, 1939, which happened to be his 36th birthday. On June 2nd, 1941, at age 38, Lou Gehrig died of ALS, now often called Lou Gehrig's disease. Imagine this, one of the greatest athletes in the world, struck by this disease, a rare disease, and struck down by the age of 38, and his career cut short and his life ended. This was considered a great tragedy at the time, as he was really loved by his many fans. Here's another sports figure, and I remember seeing him on TV, Arthur Ashe. He is the first African American to win the men's singles at Wimbledon and the U.S. Open, and the first black American to be ranked number 1 in the world. And I have to tell you the truth, it made quite a sensation when we had a black athlete break into tennis, which had been pretty much an all-white game for quite a long time, and actually ascend to the top. And he was quite a hero in that arena. Well, Ashe is believed to have contracted HIV from a blood transfusion that he received during heart bypass surgery. Now, this is interesting because he's still relatively young, being, again, a major athlete in the world. I'm sure he wasn't even expecting to have heart trouble. And his chances of living through bypass surgery at that time were not really high because the surgery was not really great at that time. And it's progressed a lot since then. So he would have thought the most likely thing that was going to get him was heart disease. But he would have thought wrong, because instead of it being heart disease, he happened to get a blood transfusion in the midst of his surgery and ended up getting AIDS from the blood transfusion. And that's what eventually killed him. AIDS-related pneumonia. He died in 1993 at 50 years old. All of this chance falling upon this man who had been a great athlete and snuffing out his life early in his life. This guy is kind of astounding. Andy Irons, professional surfer. Perhaps one of the greatest surfers that ever lived. He won everything there was to win in the surfer world. His career earnings were about $1.5 million, which is a lot in that particular sport. It's a huge amount. And he was still going strong in his sport when he died unexpectedly on November 2nd, 2010, at age 32, of a heart attack. You know, a lot of times we think of heart attacks being something that happened to older folks. But you'd be surprised how many young people and even young athletes die of heart attacks. If you look it up on Google, you're going to be shocked at the number of young athletes that die of heart attacks. And this is what happened to him. Very tragic at 32 years old. And you know, when you look at this guy, what kind of shape must he have been in? Amazing. So it brings up the question, why does this happen? Why does it happen? Even more so, why does it happen to people we love? You know, I can look at Andy Irons here and I can think, well, what a shame that this young man died at 32 years old. But it becomes much more immediate to me if I think about friends and relatives that I've lost at an early age. I had a little niece, just a wonderful little girl, and the most responsible little girl you'd ever imagine. 8 years old. She often went to get the mail. She always looked both ways, made sure that everything was going to be okay when she crossed the street. And she did the same thing on this particular day. How was she to know that there was a drunken driver that was speeding down the street, that got to her before she could ever even react, killing her instantly? Why would this happen to such a wonderful little 8-year-old girl? You've probably got your own stories, right? Maybe even some things that happen to you. Maybe you have some disease. Maybe someone in your family does. You know, this world is full of tragedies, isn't it? Things that befall people. I had a man one time that I knew, and his grandmother was a very devout Christian, and she died of cancer. He was very bitter at God. Why would God allow someone who is such a devout believer to die of cancer? You know, this is the reaction of people very often to these things. They often blame God because these things happen. What do you think about that? Do you think that it's God's fault that bad things happen like this to people? Tragic things? The real reason why this happens is because our first parents rebelled against God. And in effect, what they said is, we don't need you, and we're going to do it our way. And so this is how, essentially, they began the world. They brought children into the world under that particular scenario. The whole world has been peopled that way. Everybody choosing what they want. And of course, this introduced what the Bible calls sin into the world. And sin is not just something you do wrong. Sin is actually a force at work in mankind. It can actually be traced right down to the DNA in people's bodies, the imperfections in the DNA. You see, sin essentially is imperfection. Mankind was created absolutely perfect, but then when man abandoned God, then what happened is his whole being started to break down. In fact, the whole creation did. And what we know now is that with every generation, our DNA becomes a little more corrupted. And these corruptions that happen in our DNA are responsible for a lot of the diseases that people have. They are responsible for old age and death and a lot of the suffering that has come into the world. And this is why these things happen. You look at this young man, Andy Irons, with apparently a healthy body, and yet the results of sin, not necessarily his own, but going all the way back through his ancestry, was at work within him, creating this defect in his body that unfortunately led to his death. We all can, in fact, carry around within us this time bomb of sin. And it's going to find a way to get us. It will. It gets everybody, right? Time and chance. That's what the scripture's talking about. Eventually, it has gotten every person of every generation. So is that God's fault? We'd have to say no, because when he created the man and woman, he created them perfect. He even provided in the garden a way for them to live forever without ever having these things happen. And they rejected it. So should we really be blaming him? Shouldn't we instead maybe be blaming our first parents that this came into the world? And the truth is about this, that even if you know him, you are subject to these things happening in your life. You know, we would like to think that if you know Messiah, you're never going to have any problems and your health is always going to be perfect. Everything's always going to be perfect. And it's wonderful belonging to Messiah. But the truth is, we do have trouble in this world. As a matter of fact, Messiah said, in this world, you will have tribulation. But he said, take courage because I have overcome the world. We are affected by time and chance, whether we're believers or unbelievers. This is the reality of this world. So what advantage then is it to believe? What advantage then is it to know him? Well, in this world, the advantage is he promises, I will be with you always. When you go through one of these events, do you want to go through it alone? Or do you want him to be there? I have an assurance in my heart that I will never die alone. Think about that. If you're not going to die alone, that means he's going to remember you, right? One day, this cruel world killed the Son of God. And they killed him horribly. His body was literally scarred all over. He was a bloody mess. And they laid him in a tomb. And those that knew him and loved him, they wrapped him in grave clothes. And they put him into the tomb, and a great stone was rolled over the door. It looked like time and chance had even overcome him. Even his disciples thought that, because he was just so dead. Look what happened to him. He had a divine life in him that could not be stopped. He had the victory over death. And his body was raised up, glorified, immortal. And he lives in it even now, next to his Father, seated in the heavenlies. Knowing him is the greatest thing that can ever happen to any person. And knowing him is the only thing that can change time and chance. Because he's greater than time and chance. And if you know him and you identify with who he really is and his spirit is living in you, you identify with his life and you identify with his death. The fact that he was raised up from the dead is your guarantee that the same thing will happen to you on that day. In 1 Corinthians 15, the Apostle Paul talked to us about this mystery. He said, "Behold, I tell you a mystery. We will not all sleep, but we will all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye at the last trump. For the trump will sound, and the dead will be raised incorruptible, and we will be changed. But when this corruptible will have put on incorruption, and this mortal will have put on immortality, then what is written will happen. Death is swallowed up in victory. But thanks be to Elohim, who gives us the victory through our Lord Yeshua the Messiah. Therefore, my beloved brothers, be steadfast, immovable, always abounding in the Lord's work, because you know that your labor is not in vain in the Lord." Now, I think that ties directly to these verses in Ecclesiastes, because what it's talking about in Ecclesiastes is the vanity of life. And you see, you can have these great plans, you can work towards your great plans, and anything can happen at any minute. But what Paul is saying here is, look, this is what you've got ahead of you. An immortal life with Yeshua Messiah. Shouldn't you then be immovable in that hope, working hard for Him, working hard toward that end, knowing that your labor is not in vain that you do in Him. I think that is such an encouraging idea. It doesn't all have to end up being vanity. One other thing I want to say about this too. You take a young person like Andy Irons or any of these people. When they die, especially at a young age like that, it's so tragic and everybody's so sad. On the other side of this, think about all the people who have put their trust in Messiah on that day when He comes. Is it going to matter whether you died when you were 12 years old or 90 years old? You're going to have eternal life again. Think of it. Life that cannot stop. So, our viewpoint of things on this side of eternity is one thing. But the eternal view of things is very, very different. And truly, there will be righteousness, justice, and goodness for every person who puts their faith in Messiah. The book of Ecclesiastes 2 points to this, saying, "Whatever your hand finds to do, do it with your might. For there is no work, nor device, nor knowledge, nor wisdom in the grave where you are going." And summing up the whole book, it says, "This is the end of the matter. All has been heard. Fear Elohim and keep His commandments. For this is the whole duty of man." So be encouraged today, because even the time and chance in this world cannot steal from you the glorious hope that you have in Yeshua Messiah.
For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we, through the patience and comfort of the Scriptures, might have hope. The apostles, they were Torah scholars. This is why I'm doing Zion Academy. The lessons include 2-hour audio programs and quiz modules. All the lessons in the Torah can be applied to us today. Not to mention, they open up the renewed covenant scriptures in a whole new level, much like the apostles had understanding of the Torah. Plus, I can do the courses in my own time, at my own pace, with no prerequisites, and at a very low cost. I can do them here. Or here.
Zion Academy students are provided with study materials, the Zion Messianic Scriptures, in-depth verse-by-verse programs, and quizzes with your final grade and a certificate at the end of the course. Zion Academy also offers assignments for students who would like to opt in to take part in the Zion Tabernacle live Shabbat meetings. Become immersed in the Torah. Find out how you can become a Zion Academy student at zion.org.
We're vessels shaped for Yahweh's glory. And I think if we think of ourselves as a vessel, we'd kind of like to think of ourselves as this kind of beautiful vessel, right? Because that's what seems would be fitting for the glory of Messiah to be inside. But alas, we are clay pots. And As we go through life, we get kind of beat up sometimes. And so this picture doesn't show a beautiful vessel. It shows kind of a beat up, cracked up vessel. And yet, the fire of Yahweh is inside. And I wanted to show this because this is actually kind of a self-portrait this week. You know, sometimes we do really well and we feel good about how we've done. And other times, we just don't do quite as well as we would like. And I had a week like that. You know, fortunately, I'm very thankful that Yahweh sort of told me ahead of time that there were going to be some no answers coming up. You know, we pray here for people a lot. We pray for our members, for the remnant, for our friends, and we get all kinds of yes answers. We're very thankful to Yahweh for that because that comes from Him. We can't do any more than just ask, right? We don't have any power to make anything happen, but we can ask, and He's been really good to give us yes answers. But, you know, He always answers our prayers, but sometimes the answer is no. Sometimes there has to be a no for reasons that are beyond us when we ask, when we pray. And when you get some no answers, it doesn't always feel good. You know, when you pray and it happens, it makes you feel great, doesn't it? But when you pray and the opposite happens, you don't feel so good. And I had some of that happen. You know, I've been praying for an elderly brother that's been in the hospital. And over a period of time, we've had a lot of yes answers. But eventually, his condition did deteriorate. And praying for his health to improve, what actually happened is he died. That was just last Shabbat, and I found out about it soon thereafter. And, you know, of course, it didn't shake my faith or anything. I can deal with death. But it just didn't feel good. You know, thinking about his wife, you know, dear sister, they've been together for 60 years. She's now left without him, and that's a hard loss for her. And I really would have liked to have gotten a yes answer. But it didn't happen. The opposite happened. And when that happens, I think you know what it's like with somebody that's had a big loss like that. You want to make them feel better. You want to do something for them. And yet, whatever you can say just kind of falls far short in that moment. I think that's a time when you feel kind of weak and inadequate. Can you relate to that? And you know, I want to share this with you because I want you to understand that there are people in ministry and they just smile at you all the time and they pretend that everything always feels good and everything's always great. But I want you to know that you can be a person of faith and have a bad day. You know, you can be a person of faith and get a no answer sometimes. And you don't have to feel good about it. In fact, the scriptures tell us about, like for instance, this, death is an enemy. You don't have to feel good about this happening. But these things happen in this old world because sin came into the world. And so therefore, bad things happen, and sometimes there's really nothing we can do to stop them. Now, on the other side of this, for believers, there really is a wonderful hope that is connected with this. And you know, this brother, he was already a brother in Messiah, but his experience brought him to a place where he entered into a higher relationship with Messiah, a closer relationship with Messiah than he had ever experienced before. And this is what happened in his life before he finally went to meet the Lord. So this is a good thing, something to be happy about, even though death is not so happy. Well, then we had some other dear friends in the ministry, young folks this time, young folks who, like a lot of young folks, of course, want to have a baby. And they had gotten the news that a baby was coming. Source of great joy and happiness. But unfortunately, even though we prayed for success with the pregnancy, it just happened within the same week that this unborn child was lost in a miscarriage. Another no answer, and not a happy one. Well, had some other folks this week that had some spiritual needs. And I tried to meet those needs, but somehow we just weren't quite able to connect. And I wasn't able to get the result I wanted. Other people this week who I felt should have known me better, but who misunderstood me and caused some personal disappointment. So it was a disappointing kind of week. I don't mean to bring you down about this. The reason I'm telling you this is not like the end of my life, okay? It's just a difficult week. And I'm telling you about this because I want you to understand that I have the same kind of week you have sometimes, because I know you have these times too. I know you do. And I want us to be real together. I want you to understand that I'm not talking down to you. I'm sharing the same experiences you have. Now, here's perfect proof of it, okay? I'm overweight significantly. Not that you don't know that. And about 3 months ago, Yahweh really got my attention about that. And so I started on a program to lose weight. And I've been very successful, actually. And listen, it's not easy. But I lost about 25 pounds. And somehow, with all this stuff going on this week, I got to a place where I just really didn't care that much about what I was eating. So I went off the wagon. And I ate some stuff I shouldn't have, and then I didn't feel good about it. So it wasn't all bad this week. You know, some good things happened in the ministry. Some people responded to the ministry. All good things. And with those around us in our Zion ministry, a lot of good things happened. We put out some new material, new videos, and so on. So it's not like the end of the world that I'm talking about. I'm just talking about a week that wasn't up to par, wasn't up to my usual experience. And so I felt kind of like this beat up, flawed vessel. And the fire is still inside, friends. The faith is still there. Yahweh still lives there. But I'm just aware that the vessel is not equal to the contents. Perhaps you can relate. So I got thinking about that. And it reminded me of Isaiah 64, where it says, "But now, Yahweh, you are our Father. We are the clay, and you are a potter. And we all are the work of your hand." Yahweh is shaping Israel. He's shaping the remnant. Now, I'd like to look out there and I'd like to see the remnant of Israel totally shaped into this beautiful vessel for Yahweh. And while we do have a treasure inside, we're not really there yet. And I think we all know that. And individually, too, we're all a work in progress. That's really where we're at. And I think besides ourselves being shaped, that should shape our opinions of one another. You know, we should realize with our brothers and sisters that all of us are a work in progress. And that even while sometimes we disappoint ourselves, you know, sometimes our brothers and sisters might disappoint us, and they probably really feel about that they would like to do better. But sometimes, you know, we just don't, for various kinds of reasons. We just don't rise up to the level of what we would like to be. This is how I feel. I believe in something better than me. I felt that way for a long time. You know, years ago, shortly after Yahweh had called me into this ministry, so I'm talking like 35 years ago or something. I was a young person. And a friend invited me to come to his house. He said, you know, he was inviting some friends over. So, you know, I thought it was like this social event. Well, I went over and he had some other people there and so on, and we had some time together. And I didn't realize that there was an agenda about this. And they didn't tell you right straight out. What this really was, I found out a little bit later, was an Amway meeting. But nobody said that, okay? So while we were sitting around, the host was asking everybody, "What do you aspire to be?" And so, you know, some of the folks said, "Well, I'd like to have my own business and make a lot of money." Some people said, "Oh, I'd love to have this big house on a hill," or "I'd like to have my family be able to be financially secure and be located on the lake," or, you know, all these different dreams that people had. And when it got my turn, I really threw a wet blanket over the whole party because I said, well, the only thing I really want is to be like Yeshua Messiah. And the guy looked at me and he said, "Are you serious? Don't you know you can never be like the Son of God?" But you see, he didn't understand me at all. I know I am not going to be the Son of God, but I also know there's nothing else in this world to aspire to like being what he is. Once you've seen him and who he is and the perfection of who he is there any other goal then except to be as much like him as you possibly can be? So I was saying something different, I think, than what this guy was hearing. He was probably hearing that, I thought I was like God or something. And really, I was saying pretty much the opposite. I was saying, I believe in something better than me. That I was very aware of my imperfections, but I was aware of his perfection. And I believed that if I would pursue him, then he would make me more like him. And I think that's at the heart of the whole idea of Yahweh being the great potter. That he is the one that molds us and shapes us through our lives so that we really can be a vessel for his glory. Each a unique and different vessel, but each manifesting his glory in a different way. And, along the way, we are flawed vessels. And part of this process of molding the clay, if you will, and turning us into a vessel is revealing to us our own flaws. And through doing that, hopefully correcting some of them and changing us, making us more like Messiah. So this is what I believe in. And I believe in this about you. I don't think any person who loves Messiah can be known just on the outward level. Now, I want to be very frank with you. I have met some people who to me look totally like pagans. All tattooed up with all kinds of tattoos and, talking strange kind of language from the drug culture, things like this. But at some point, Messiah got a hold of them and started molding the clay. So they still have some of these outward trappings from their past and their history. But inside, something's going on. Something is happening between him and them. And so even though you have this exterior, which looks so foreign to somebody like me, there's also evidence of the fire of the Holy Spirit inside. So this is why the scriptures tell us not to judge one another. Because we are not in a position where we can judge our Father's work in someone else's life, let alone our own life. Should the clay say to the potter, "Why did you make me this way?" Should the clay say to the potter, "Why did you make him that way?" That's kind of beyond us, isn't it? That's his business, what he is doing in someone else's life. We need to see that as something sacred. And while we need to be available as vessels for him to use to bless one another, we don't want to be presumptuous to step in as if we knew better than the Creator as to how people should be shaped and molded. That is his work. Here's one of my favorite passages. Count it all joy, my brothers, when you encounter various trials. I love that verse because from the human point of view, it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And from the spiritual point of view, it makes all the sense in the world. Nobody calls it joy to meet with trials. What, I lost my job, but I'm happy about it? You know? My house got foreclosed, I'm happy about that. I just found out I've got cancer. I've got joy about that. Well, it doesn't say here that the trials feel joyful. It says, count them as joy. Count them as joy. Reckon them as joy. Why? Because they are evidence of something. The trials that come into your life are evidence of the fact that the great potter is molding your life. And he can touch you in some pretty deep places sometimes. And when he does, it hurts. You feel it. And those are the places where he can really change you. It goes on, knowing that the testing of your faith produces endurance. Now, you know what? Endurance is not like the top quality that most of us want to have. In fact, I think most of us would rather not develop endurance, because developing endurance is a pretty rigorous thing. It really takes trials in our lives to develop endurance. That's what trials are about. But the scripture also says, he that endures to the end is the one that will be saved. So how about you? Do you want to endure till the end of these last days? Do you want to make it all the way? I do. So this is a good reason to count it all joy when we have trials, because our Father in heaven is trying to build into us the endurance and the other qualities we need to be able to make it all the way, to be a part of the work that he's doing in these last days to glorify him through his people. James goes on here and says, let endurance have its perfect work, that you may be perfect and complete, lacking in nothing. Now, this is interesting because what this suggests to us is that we have a choice. We can move along with what Yahweh is trying to accomplish in our lives through allowing trials in our lives, or we can fight against it. A lot of people fight against it. And it's easy to understand why, because like I say, it hurts when you're going through trials. And so, you know, the old nature says, I don't want this. And it makes you feel like running away. Other things pop up, I think, into people's minds and hearts. God isn't fair. God doesn't love me, or there's just something wrong with me. I just can't do it. Things like this come into people's minds and hearts. But this is what endurance is really all about. Plowing through all that. That's what it means when it says, let endurance have its perfect work. Get out of God's way. That's what it's saying. Get out of his way. Don't try to interfere with what he's doing. Let him do this work in your life. Accept this work that he is doing in your life until it's perfected. Now, that can take a while. That really can take a while. Along with endurance goes patience, waiting for him to complete his work. In that process, there are so many things we must encounter. Feelings of loss sometimes, feelings of not being understood, feelings of being alone. So many things can rush in upon a person who is under various kinds of trials. And what do? You believe. That's what you do. Let it be. Let it happen. Let the trials happen and believe. Believe in him. That he's doing a work in you and that it's worth it. It's worth it because you're going to come out a better person. You're going to come out someone that he can more fully use in his kingdom. And isn't that what we want more than anything? Is that not a treasure worth more than, a position in Amway? The house on the beach, the new car, whatever. All of those things, they're transitory. The old car is going to be a pile of rust one day. The new house is going to be an old house until they tear it down. What lasts? The you that Messiah is creating inside that vessel. That can be something eternal. The testimony that goes with it. So, we're reaching out for something better. Like Paul said, not that I've attained it. This is Paul. Paul. He said, not that I've attained it, but I'm pressing forward to the upward call of God in Yeshua Messiah. He had it in his heart to be better than he was and to seize the prize. That says to me, he didn't feel like he was his best yet. He didn't feel like he had arrived. But he didn't let that discourage him. He pressed on. Pressed on. Let endurance have its perfect work, that you may be perfect and complete, lacking in nothing. Is that really possible? That you could actually be perfect and complete, lacking in nothing? It wouldn't be on the page if it wasn't possible. And it's not possible for you, but it is possible for the great potter if you will let him do this work. If you will cooperate with him, if you will believe, if you'll keep moving forward and pressing on. It's going to take some time, though. It takes a lifetime to get to that place. Does this verse look familiar? I'm thinking Yahweh wants us to really think about this verse. We have this treasure in clay vessels, that the exceeding greatness of the power may be of God and not from ourselves. I would like to think that God is glorified from me really doing great. So everybody will see that I did so great and glorify God. That's not what this is talking about. What this is talking about is our weakness as clay vessels. That despite our weaknesses, the glory of Yahweh shines through. And this is how we know that the exceeding greatness of the power is not of us, but is of God. This is how everybody else knows too. Because they can look and say, that putz never could have done that. That was Yahweh. And yeah, that's a humble view of things, isn't it? But that's how grace really works in our lives. He makes more of us than we ever could be on our own. And even in our weaknesses, He is glorified. There's so much really that we can talk about this treasure that we have inside. His indwelling spirit within us, which is like a fire, and it burns and purifies and it drives us on. It is the fire of God. One day the fire of God is going to fall on this world. And when it does, it's going to burn up everything that is not of Him. Those who already have the fire of God will have already gone through a burning in their life. And that fire of God will not touch them, that destructive fire, because they have already gone through the fire and have been purged of everything that He will be seeking to burn up. And, a vessel is not complete till it goes through the fire. This is one thing people don't like about our ministry. We probably really could get a lot more people if we just didn't say this stuff. What we need to tell you is that once you receive His grace and you're saved, that you don't have to worry about these things. You don't have to worry about the kind of person that you are. You don't have to be concerned about trials. You don't have to have trials come in your life. He died for you so that you don't have to. That's what they say. And really, then, it's just all about blessings. He wants to pour out this blessing on you, and all you have to do is send in your check as a seed. And then He's going to send the Cadillacs and the houses and all that stuff on you. I heard something a lot like this at that Amway meeting, by the way, before I left. We don't have this message for this simple reason, because that is not true. Yes, there are many blessings in following Him, but there is a fire. There are trials, and they are necessary. You will have trials come in your life if you're following Messiah. There's nothing that can stop that because it's part of the process of being molded by the great potter. That vessel is not ready for use until it has been fired. It's as simple as that. So, we do have trials. And I'm very aware right now that a lot of Yahweh's remnant people are experiencing trials on different levels. You know, some just having really not a great week. Others having serious issues to have to deal with. The kinds of issues that don't just go away. I see that. I feel that. And myself and all of us here, we pray for all of you because we know that this is going on. But you need to know there's a reason for it. And it's not because you're a bad person. It's not because Yahweh doesn't love you. And it's not because you're doing the wrong thing. It's because you are a son or daughter of the living God. How are you going to rule the world if you are not first shaped and molded into the heart of the Lord of Lords? You need to be able to see the world with the love and the grace that He has for people. How can that happen if you don't have troubles, if you don't have problems? You see, we can't be protected from the things the people in the world go through. They have to come on us too if we're going to be kings and priests in that kingdom. And so we have the same experiences. You know, sometimes when you read in the New Testament, you read some of these things that happen, you know, like talking about Paul. Incredible things that Paul did, right? Just raising people from the dead and, you know, prayers and people getting their sight back and lame people walking and just a whole host of miracles. And when you think about it like that, you say, oh, what's wrong with my life? But, you know, you've got the wrong impression if you think like that, because those moments, they didn't happen all the time. They didn't happen every day. Here in 2 Corinthians chapter 4, Paul was talking about his daily experience there. Jacob read this earlier, okay? It wasn't easy, you know, and it wasn't all miracles. A lot of it was just difficult things, and yet he saw the power of God sustaining him through all the things that happened. That's what it's like. Where would Israel be if Yahweh had not preserved us? We long ago would have faded into the pages of history, as have every other civilization in times past. But here we are in the last days, and we're here. That's the power of Yahweh. And you are a part of that. If you're hearing my message, it's because you are called to be part of that remnant. If you are experiencing trials in your life, it's because you are being molded and shaped for what He is doing with His people here in these last days. You know, it feels mundane and sometimes awful, our daily experience. And yet there's a whole other way to see it all that is really glorious. It's all about his great love for us in making us more than we otherwise ever could be. We have this treasure in clay vessels. I happen to like this one. You know, there's going to be a time when the work he's doing in each of our lives will be completed. And while we're going through this process of being molded and shaped, sometimes we get a glimpse of kind of where things are taking a certain shape and so on. But you can't really know the glory that he has in mind for you. The kind of vessel that you're going to be when he's done. And a vessel of eternal use in his kingdom. This is the value of endurance in this work where he is shaping and molding us. And we do have this promise: he who began a good work in you will complete it unto the day of Yeshua the Messiah. Now, some days you may be tempted not to believe that. You may be tempted to think you're never going to make it all the way to completion. But you will if you let it happen. The great potter has plans for you. He wants to make you into a unique vessel. He's not stamping out like chocolate chip cookies or something that all are the same, look all the same. Every one is completely unique for a special purpose in his kingdom. This is how he does things. Nobody else could do that. That's how he does things. Look at any cult in most religions in the world. What do? They stamp out people that all look the same, don't they? Outwardly. So those people all try so hard to project that ideal, whatever it is. Well, good news for you. You don't have to do that. You can be a real person. You can worship the Father in spirit and truth, person to person with him. You can experience him having his direct touch on your life, changing you, molding you, and making you into something worthwhile, something of eternal value. And you know, I'm getting excited about this because it's not going to be long. And the heavens are going to open up. Messiah is going to step out on the clouds of heaven. All the dead in Messiah will be raised. Those who are living will be changed. And we'll go to meet him in the air. On that day, you will know not only what he is, but what you have been made to be.
Isn't the world around us going insane? Do you want to return to sanity and establish order in your life? Return to the sturdy foundation that Yahweh established in the beginning. Torah is the foundation. It is Yah's standard of righteousness that He established in the beginning. In the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, we are introduced to our Creator. We learn who He is and what His name is and what it means. His moral standard, His ways as a person, how He interacts with His people, and what He wants from us. Join Eliyahu ben David in this rich verse-by-verse study of the Torah and bring sanity back to your life. If you would like to listen to these vital programs, you can hear them for free on our radio station at tsiyon.org or download the Zion Road radio app and listen on your mobile device. You can also find our station on the TuneIn radio app for iOS and Android devices. Or become a Torah Club member at zion.net, that is tsiyon.net, for only $12 a month, and gain full access to the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash program archives in MP3 format. Join us this Sabbath for the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash and bring order back to your life.
When you call upon the name of Yahweh, you'll be saved. Call upon His holy name in the last days. Upon the name of Yahweh, you'll be saved. Father will hear your cry and answer you from on high. When you call upon
Greetings, friends. It's great to have you with us tonight. As you can see from my graphic, we're going to talk about the theme, Survive the Last Days. Now, that sounds kind of foreboding, right? But you know what? I'm noticing that a lot of people are starting to get kind of freaked out just with all the stuff that's going on. And it's been a really busy summer that we've been having with a lot of different kinds of incidents that are kind of upsetting. And so this is affecting people. And we want to realize that as we move along in these last days, the intensity of these events is going to increase, as well as the frequency of these troubling events. So I thought tonight I would talk about surviving the last days. And we could think about how we can get through this difficult time as it becomes more intense. Now, I promise you this is going to be an encouraging message, even though the graphic looks so scary. And I'm going to warn you now, the next graphic really looks scary. Looks pretty scary, doesn't it? You know these things are in the book of Revelation that are going to happen. So yeah, scary things are going to be happening in these last days. And of course, we've had scary things already, but as I say, it's going to grow in intensity. Now, when I say that, some people might say, well, how do we know that it really is the last days? Because all through history, some people have thought it was the last days, but it wasn't. Well, we're not going to go into that very deeply in tonight's message because I think most of us know it's the last days. But if anybody doesn't, here's 5 points you can think about out of over 200 different things that are indicated in Scripture that pinpoint this time period that we live in. The first point that is evidence of the last days is that mankind will destroy itself if not stopped. Matthew 24:12 22 says that unless those days were shortened, no flesh would be saved. Now think about that. And as you look at the world, you can understand this. You know, over half of the trees in the world have been destroyed. Do you know stupid things, okay? Like birth control pills getting into the ocean, causing fish to actually not spawn more fish. And when they do, there's a lot more female fish than male fish. Now, isn't that a weird thing? That's something that's happening. But what about these strange things happening in the environment? We're talking about fish. There'll be millions of them washing up on the shore dead for apparently no reason. This has happened also with bees, with birds, and other kinds of animals. Species are dying out at the most rapid rate that we know about in history. And I could go on, but the fact is, mankind is actually destroying the earth. Now, it's interesting because Revelation 11 says that's what would be happening in the last days, and that Messiah would intervene. And then what about global communication? How long has that existed in the world? Let's say 300 years ago, somebody did think it was the last days. Well, they should have known it wasn't, because there was no global communication. This is all very new. And the scriptures in the book of Revelation, a lot of prophetic scriptures, talk about things, and it says the whole world saw this. The whole world wondered at this. The whole world did this. How could the whole world do something at once without global communication? So this is an indication that we're in the last days. The book of Daniel, the book of Revelation, among other places, talk about a global government arising in the last days. And you know, fairly recently, we have been seeing signs of that happening, and people are talking more and more openly about it. Even people in the political sphere actually talking about globalism and global government. And really, the biggest single indication that we're in the last days is the restoration of Israel in the last days. This is an amazing thing. The scriptures talk about this happening in the last days, and it has happened. Now, just imagine this. After 1900 years of Israel not being under the control of God's people, and then being scattered throughout the world, and then just in the middle of the 20th century, that turning around, and we actually see a nation of Israel in the world to fulfill all of the end-time prophecies. And we know there's more to happen yet as Yahweh brings back the scattered remnant from all the tribes to Israel. So these are just 5 indications. And as I say, there's over 200 different prophecies that pinpoint this time period we're in as the last days. So there's no question about it that we are well into the last days. And of course, as you know, I have a lot of other teachings that go into specifics about that. So realizing we are in the last days, why should we worry about surviving the last days? Well, you might remember, if you have listened to the On the Road to Zion radio programs, I did a program called Being a Bond Slave. And in that program, I presented a calculation. It's several pages long, but goes through and it adds up the deaths, the numbers of deaths that the scriptures say will be happening during the final days, and especially during the upcoming Great Tribulation. Now, there's some that are not included because there's no specifics given. There are others where there are specific numbers. If you want to have this document, just let us know, and we'll send you a copy. The bottom line in all this, though, is when we added it all up, what we found is well over 6 billion deaths during this period. Now, as you probably know, there's only right now about 7 billion people in the world. So that doesn't leave many people, percentage-wise. And that's rather astounding. But you know, when you read what the scriptures say would happen, it just goes right along with that. For instance, in Isaiah chapter 13, Yahweh says there, he's going to destroy the sinners out of the world. He says, I will punish the world for their evil. And he says, I will make people more rare than fine gold. So that's talking about a huge destruction of people. Now, in looking at this, my purpose is not to scare you with what's ahead, but rather to say, since the scriptures tell us these things are coming, what should be a higher priority for us than survival? Because we have an excellent opportunity now to be ready for the things that are ahead. Now, when I talk about being ready and preparing, what am I talking about? Because I say that quite a bit. Am I talking about being a prepper? Am I talking about storing up food in your closet or building a bunker under your house? Is that what I'm talking about? That's not what I'm talking about. But let's take a look at what some people are doing, because they do see all these troubles that are coming. They might not see them as the last days in biblical terms, but they probably do see them as apocalyptic events that are coming. This was an interesting one I saw today. Peter Thiel, a major billionaire from the computer industry, Silicon Valley. And it says that he believes young people's blood is the ultimate medicine. Isn't this creepy? And the article says that wealthy individuals have already begun practicing parabiosis, which is a fancy name for essentially vampirism of young people. Old people sucking the blood of young people. Now, they don't actually do it with their weird-looking teeth. It's blood transfusions. And wealthy people are spending tens of thousands of dollars per year for young person blood, which they have transfused into their body several times a year. And they think that somehow this is going to get them through the times ahead with the possibilities, as you know, of right now, the Zika virus. But especially with genetic manipulation, there is a possibility of some Frankenstein virus coming that could really kill most of the people in the world. So they feel having this young blood is going to help to get them through these kinds of times. And I'm not making this up. And this is just one of the weird things that rich people are doing to try and get through this period of time. You know, some are planning to try and colonize other places in the solar system, for example, hoping they can get away from the Earth. Some are thinking about having habitats under the ocean where they can escape what's coming in the world. There's a lot of worry on the part of rich people who know what's going on in the world that are looking for a place to hide. Take a look at this. This is what you might call a super bunker, built under the ground, deep under the ground in Indiana, able to withstand a 20 megaton atomic blast, and basically designed to protect people from anything they can imagine. Up to 80 people can live there for over a year for purposes of survival. Now, this one is in Indiana. There's more of these all over the world. And you cannot just buy a space in here. You have to apply, and then it's decided whether you're worthy to be there or not. And you might have the money to pay, but they're not just taking anybody. Not only that, but you do have to have the money, $50,000 per adult, $35,000 per child. So for a family of 4, you can have protection in the underground bunker up to a year for a mere $170,000. And do you know that's a low price for this? Because up until now, wealthy people have had to have their own bunker, which didn't have all of the amenities. This is all 5-star. Of course, what these people aren't thinking about is what the scriptures say. Amos 9:2, Yahweh says, though they dig to hell, there my hand will take them. I don't care how rich they are, they don't have enough money to create a place where they can hide from the judgment of Yahweh. Well, sometimes righteous people think like this too. They think that somehow they can outsmart these last days. They can come up with some plan that's going to save them. And so out of fear, they go this way, they go that way, they do this, they do that. You know, watching people, you're seeing a lot of this happen. People acting out of fear. In a recent message, I talked about Jordan, and there have actually been believers that have been going to Jordan so they can be safe. And they're actually marching right into the jaws of death going there. But this is what happens with fear. When people react out of fear, many times it's exactly the thing they fear that ends up coming on them. It seems to be a spiritual principle that things happen that way. So we don't want to do that. Proverbs 29:25, the fear of man is a snare, but whoever trusts Yahweh is kept safe. So that's really what we want to talk about tonight. We want to understand that we can't just reason our way through the last days. You can't just figure it out and survive. And of course, this is what people want to do, right? So many people want to do that. And this is why there's so many guns being sold and survival gear of all kinds. Now, I'm not saying that some of that might not be prudent in some circumstances, depending on where you live and what's going on. But to put your trust in that, I'll tell you now, that'll never get you through the last days. So I guess that's the bad news. But there is good news. And the good news is survival is possible. Now, when we looked at the numbers, the percentage of people who are going to survive is very small. But there is a number that will survive. So survival is possible. And what you do now can put you in the right place for that to happen for you. So that's why we're talking about it now. While you have the greatest freedom of action you probably will ever have, and you're able to position yourself to survive. Let's talk about that. Matthew chapter 24, the Olivet sermon. Here it lays out many of the things that would happen in the last days up until the coming of Yeshua Messiah, and it makes it clear all of that happens in one lifetime. And after laying out many of these things, Messiah says this, "He who endures to the end shall be saved." So what does that mean? He who endures to the end shall be saved. Does this mean that the person who is the strongest, the person who is the fastest, or the person who is the smartest, or the person who has the most money, the person that can last it out through any of those advantages is the one that will be saved? Well, clearly it's not talking about those kinds of things, because we've already seen that even if people were to dig down to hell using that figure of speech, they could not escape the judgment that is coming in the last days. So it makes it very clear that human capacities, normal human capacities, are not what it's talking about when it's talking about enduring to the end and being saved. It's talking about having an enduring faith. Because, friends, there's one thing that is going to get you through. It's the same thing that got Noah through. It's the same thing that got Lot through. It's the same thing that got the sons of Israel set free from Egypt and through the Red Sea. And I could go on and on and on. And what that thing is faith. Faith is absolutely indispensable to deliverance. Now let's talk about that some more. What is faith? Well, here's the idea some people have about faith. If you can imagine it, you can make it happen. In fact, there's a lot of so-called Christian teachers that say that. If you can imagine your new Cadillac, you can make it happen. You can imagine your $1 million house, you can make it happen. Those people are selling you witchcraft, not faith. Because faith is not about you thinking up something. That's not what faith is. So that whole thing, that's something else entirely. It belongs with witchcraft and false religion. Even if it's associated by people with Christianity and they twist the scriptures to try and force their idea, but that's not what faith is. So what is faith? Well, in its very simplest form, what faith is trusting the one who is invisible. It's trust. It's belief. But there's another aspect of faith that I want to talk about, and that is faith as a spiritual capacity. Because once you have this miracle happen where you are actually given enough faith to believe, that's not something that you do. You know, for that to happen, that is a gift of grace. For you to come to a place where you have enough faith to believe in Yeshua Messiah and put your trust in him. That's a gift. There's nothing you did to make that happen. He did it because he loves you, he called you, you're meant to be his. However, when we're talking about surviving the last days, we're talking about a faith that starts there but goes way beyond that. And when that happens, and through that miracle, you come to that place where you put faith in Yeshua Messiah, an amazing thing happens, and that is he pours forth his Spirit into you to live inside of you. Now, let me tell you something about your spirit. Until he does that, your spirit is essentially dead. This is what happened because of sin. Your spirit is dead. And because of that, you will die. And there'd be no hope for you. But because of what Yeshua Messiah did, taking your punishment upon himself and pouring his Spirit into you, your spirit is made alive. So it all starts when you trust him, right? But then he pours his Spirit into you. Your spirit is made alive. Now there's this communication that happens between his Spirit and your spirit. And you have a brand new capacity. And that new capacity is to see invisible realities. Now let's talk about that. Some people think that faith is not rational, and that rationality and faith are at odds with each other. So they would put it in the sense of science and faith are opposed to each other. People who say that because they don't have faith. So they don't know what faith is. So to them, people who act out of faith are acting irrationally. And they conclude that faith is irrational. What is really happening? Well, faith is not irrational. Let's talk about that a little more. Now, how did this world get here? There's a creator, right? He created this world. How do we know? We know, for one reason, because the creation reveals intelligent intent. Now, all the evolutionists fight against that, and yet they are forced to use the intelligence that's built into the universe by the Creator. Take, for example, math. Math is what they call the hard science. Why is it a hard science? It doesn't bend, friends. Math is an absolute logic, right? And all you can do with math is learn it because it all exists already. And most of us aren't smart enough to really fully understand the logic involved in math because it is of such a high order, of such a high intellect, that it really is beyond most of us to fully grasp it. And there are mathematicians and scientists who devote their whole life to the study of math. And if they tell you the truth, they'd be the first to tell you that putting a whole lifetime into it, they've only scratched the surface. That's just one area of the creation. Everything within the creation is part of this amazing order that demonstrates the logic of the mind of our Creator. It's rational, and you can study it. That's what science is supposed to be, by the way, is studying the things that were created, the created universe. Now, science, according to that true meaning, and I say true meaning because some people use the word science to talk about the world of science. And the problem is with the world of science is it's not always scientific. For example, instead of using the scientific method, some scientists find that if they bend their thinking to go along with what the system wants, they can get the money they need for their projects. And if you don't go along with a certain way of thinking, you're not going to get that money. So, like everything else in our world, the world of science has been corrupted. But true science is simply a rational study of the created universe. But that's the problem. You see, it only goes that far. And there's lots of things in the universe that go beyond logic. Things that really science can't figure out. And so, what about those things? What about those invisible things that are a part of the world too, that are really outside of the realm of science? What is that all about? Well, much of that is about the spirit realm. And the truth is about that is it's not at odds with reality. It's just on a plane above rationality and the world that we can see and feel. And what happens for us when we receive His Spirit is we become awake to this higher level, to this invisible realm. I have some verses here that talk about this. We walk by faith, not by sight. You could say we walk by this higher sense of faith rather than by the natural sense of sight. Well, why would you do that? Why would you walk by faith instead of by sight? Well, you do that because faith is a superior way of looking at things. Faith reveals to you things that are there that you cannot see with your natural eyes. So, if you just walk by sight, if something invisible is in front of you, you're going to walk right into it, right? It's a simple way of saying it. It's going to lead you in the wrong place. Now, why is this important to surviving the last days? Well, here's a few reasons, okay? False prophets, deception, growing crime, war, corrupt governments, all of these different things. And let's not leave out corporations, deception of corporations. All of these elements have an interest in deceiving you. So we are living in a world where deceptions are coming at us from every direction, and at just a remarkable rate. As a matter of fact, so much that we might take for granted just because we see it on TV or read about it in a book or see it on a video on YouTube or something. So much that we accept as being true really is not true at all. It's all meant to stimulate our emotions or even our rational mind to cause us to do things somebody else wants us to do. But are those things really in our best interest? And are they really in the best interest of us surviving the last days? Well, in some cases, it may just be benign, but in other cases, it could be lethal. So, seeing the invisible is pretty important here, isn't it? When you're actually able to see into the invisible, into the spirit realm, see realities that this world cannot touch, it gives you a superior way of making your way through this difficult time period. In fact, it's absolutely essential to make it through this time period. Now, here's a couple other verses that say the same thing. Here's a definition of faith from Hebrews 11:1. Now, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. So it's not saying faith is something you make up in your head, and if you believe it enough, it's going to happen. That's not faith. Faith is something that is a reality. It is a reality that cannot be seen with the natural eye and the natural senses, but it is still a reality that cannot be seen. It says faith is the evidence of things not seen, or the substance of things not seen. What it's talking about there is the demonstration of faith. In other words, when you actually walk in faith according to things that are not seen, that are revealed to you. And as a result of doing that, the right things happen. Is that not an evidence that the realities you are seeing are real? Now, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. It wasn't too long after I was first called into the ministry that I got a lesson in faith. And this is what happens, when Yahweh calls you, Messiah starts to lead you, you are in school. And you need to pay attention to that because he's at work in your life and he's teaching you stuff. Well, on this one occasion, he showed me something that he wanted me to do in this invisible realm called the Spirit. And he sent me out on a mission trip across the country with other people. And he told me a specific time that I was supposed to go. Only I didn't have any money. I didn't have any money. I wasn't able to get any money. So these other folks who were supposed to come with me, I told them, be ready to go at such and such a time because that's when we're going to be leaving. And they said, but you don't have any money. And I said, well, Yahweh told me to go, so when the time comes, I will have the money. So I was believing in a spiritual reality. But you know what? It was not irrational. Because what does the scripture say? Yahweh says, the word that goes forth from my mouth will not return to me void. And he told me I was going. So I believed him. And I told everybody, this is what's going to happen. We're going to leave at the time that we're supposed to go. How are you going to pay for this? I don't know. But Yahweh has a plan. You know what happened? The morning we were supposed to leave, I got the mail. And there was a check in the mail from the IRS, which was a refund from 3 years earlier that I never even applied to get. put it in the bag, we're gone. Yahweh is never wrong. And faith is about believing him instead of what you can see. And you see, that was a great lesson for me. It was a chance to try it out. And it really worked. And it does work. And it'll work every time. Why? Because he's absolutely dependable and reliable. Now, if it had been me, and I cooked this up in my head, okay, that I've got to take this trip, I've got to take this trip, I want to take this trip, I'd like to see something in some other city, oh God, I'm really going to believe in it, going to believe in it, going to believe in it, would I get that check? No, because it's not about me. Faith is not about me. Faith is about him. Seeing realities that come from him. That's what faith is. It's not about you making it up. And I see this happen all the time. You know, people have wishful thinking. And so they make stuff up in their head. And then they tell people, okay, God is going to do this. God is going to do that in my life. It doesn't happen. Is that an indication that God is not faithful? It's not. It's an indication that they, perhaps unknown to themselves, are practicing witchcraft. That's what it is. And they need to stop it. Faith is about seeing realities in Yahweh. It's not about making stuff up. Well, talking about seeing things that are invisible, all of this, it sounds kind of nebulous. How do I ever do that? You might be thinking, oh, how could I ever survive the last days if I got to see stuff that is invisible? It's not really as hard as it sounds, because first of all, if you have put your trust in Yeshua Messiah, you've already taken the step where you have received his Spirit, and he has enlivened this capacity of faith within you. However, if you don't cultivate that, then it's not really going to work for you. Let's say you're born as a little baby into the world, but you never walk. You have legs, right? You have everything you need to be able to walk, but you don't walk. Are you going to be able to stand up when you're 20 and start walking? You know, just like with natural things where you have to build up your capacity, the same thing is true with faith. Faith is like a muscle. It really is. And it's the most powerful muscle that you could possibly have in terms of what it can accomplish. But it needs certain things, just like a muscle does, in order to work for you. You know what? You feed your muscles every day. I bet you don't skip a day, do you? Do you feed your faith on the Word every day? Remember, faith is like a muscle. It needs to be fed. And his Word has everything you need to build up your faith. You spend time in his Word, and your faith will become stronger. And it'll keep getting stronger the more time you spend in his Word. Now, here at Zion, we have these weekly action points, right? Where we have these programs that you can listen to. We have a specific program of study. And, of course, these meetings online. All of this is meant to feed your faith and build up that very, very important capacity that you need in order to endure through the last days. Faith is so vital to that. But you see, you have your side of it, don't you? And if you value it, then you need to put that time into it. Now, I know how it works. Other things come along, right? Problems come up, health problems come up, things get thrown at you, and it's so easy to just put it off. You can't afford that if you're going to make it. You have to set faith as your priority if you're going to make it through. And that's just reality. Well, besides feeding your faith, you got to do this. Exercise your faith. You have to exercise your muscles. You need to exercise your faith. You know, they often say about your muscles, use it or lose it, right? Well, this is really true about your faith. You know, there are people out there who have done great things, great works of faith, who don't even believe anymore. Yeah. Now, I'll tell you what happened with those people. They took their faith for granted. That's what happened. They stopped taking care of it. And they stopped exercising it. You know that little thing that Yahweh did with me that I was telling you about? Happened very early in my life, in my ministry. That was an exercise of faith. That was practicing walking by faith instead of by sight. And I believe he brings things like that in your life, where according to what you can see with your eye and your senses, you should do one thing. But when you see the invisible, he's telling you to do something else. So you have this choice. Choose faith instead of walking by sight. That's how you exercise your faith. You put it to work. You know, the things you learn in the scriptures, in the Word, there's a lot of specific things the Word tells us as to how he wants us to live. Some of these things seem counterintuitive, like love your enemies. That sounds kind of crazy. Things like that. But put your faith to work and do those things because he said them and see what happens. Many times you see just amazing results come about by doing that. Exercising your faith is so important. And I'll tell you what will happen. The more you do that, the more confident you will become in what you're seeing in the Spirit. The more clear that will become for you. And the more able you will be then to discern what really is his will. Because, you know, that's what you need to get through the last days, right? To be able to discern his will and do it instead of being deceived by all these different things that are meant to deceive you. So exercise your faith. This is a great time to do it. And here's another thing that is so important. Draw on the strength of like-minded believers. And if you don't have any at home, in the area where you are, then take advantage of Zion. You know, there's people on our live help that would like to talk with you if you have something you want to talk about. There's people at our Zion.net website, other believers just like you, that you can communicate with. Why not do that and be encouraged? You know, there's other things you can do to find like-minded believers in your area. For instance, you can invite people you know to come over to your house and perhaps watch a video with you or a DVD and talk about it together. You may end up finding people who are like-minded believers. But there's a lot of strength in having that fellowship with like-minded believers, and it is such a benefit to your faith. All of those things will help you endure in your faith. But here's something that is above all of that, and not to minimize any of that, which is so important. But here's where you want to get. You want to see him. I'm talking with your eye of faith. And in seeing him, you want to know him personally, intimately. And if you see him and you know him, you don't have to worry about the last one, because it's just going to happen. If you see him and you know him, you've got to love him, because he is absolutely the most perfect thing that you could ever encounter. And seeing him, knowing him, and loving him then becomes the center of your life. More important than everything else. And then you don't have to worry quite so much about your faith, because you're thinking about him. And if you're thinking about him, that's building up your faith. If you're walking with him, if you're listening to him, if you're in communication with him, in touch with him, you're doing his will, he's the center of your life, you are exercising your faith. And you will want to do all these things we've talked about, especially spending time in the Word, because you're going to just be digging for treasure in there to learn everything about him you possibly can know. You know, I've got to tell you, I think I mentioned this in a message, that I have been following him for 50 years. And for a while, I didn't have it right. I was trying to follow him by works. A lot of my own merit was in there. It's not that I didn't believe in Messiah, but I just had too much of this thing about myself in there for quite a long time, that, you know, I'm wanting to do it. And this was religiosity. It was being part of a religion, and I had this mental attitude, and it kept in my way. But, you know, even while I was doing that, do you know why I was doing it? Because I wanted to see him. I wanted to know him. And I loved him already. So I was doing it wrong. But I was doing it for the right reasons. And then at a certain point in my life, he met me. And he got me straightened out. And from that point on, it's been different. Because I do see him. I do know him. I do love him. This has sustained me for decades in his service. And I'm not saying I've never made a mistake or whatever. You know, I encounter all the same stuff you do. But really, he is so at the center of my life, I can't imagine any kind of different life. There's nothing I want that isn't him. I want him. And that's what I've wanted for decades. And that's why I can see the invisible. That's the reason. It's because of him, because of seeing him. That's my personal experience that I'm sharing with you. Now, I could show you all kinds of verses about this, but I want to share my experience about this. This is my experience. This is what it's all about. He is what it's all about. And the change I told you that happened for me was this. I learned how to live in his grace. You cannot earn it. Doesn't mean you shouldn't keep his commandments, okay? You should, because you love him. But don't think because of keeping his commandments, you're going to earn his love. Doesn't work like that. You couldn't possibly earn his love because you can't do good enough, right? You can't do good enough. Trust me, I know, because I tried. You can't do good enough. You receive favor through Yeshua Messiah and what he did, and no other way. And then that empowers you to walk in the way and do the things that he would have you do. And that's why if you live in his grace, you don't get burned out. You know, what's happening in these last days already, a lot of people are getting burned out because they're feeling overwhelmed by the pace of things that are happening, the changes in the world. And this pace is picking up more and more. And if you're trying to please him by earning your way, you will burn out and you won't make it all the way to the end. Not unless things change for you and you learn to live in his grace. And living in his grace is this: knowing he loves you. Do you know he loves you? Oh, he loves everybody. I'm not talking about that. No. And that isn't true anyway. It's knowing he loves you that will carry you. It's having a real relationship with him. It is learning what it's like to fail and having him carry you the rest of the way. Do you dare to let that happen in your life? Or do you have to be perfect? You see what I mean? Can you say to him, Lord, you know what? I'm failing in this area in my life. Can you say that to him? And say, Lord, you know, I just really need help with that. Can you believe that you can say that to him? And then he's going to say to you, hey, listen, son, daughter, I'm here for you. I'm going to help you with that. And then just let him do it. Can you believe that he loves you that much? Or do you think he's there with a ruler to slap you across your knuckles? You know, he knows if you love him. He knows if he is your heart's desire. So even if you have some things you're struggling with, he's going to help you if you really love him and if he is really what you're after. Now, there's some things that can distract us. As a matter of fact, here in these last days, let's face it, Satan is throwing all kinds of things at us. He's making it very confusing out there. And in our own lives, these things affect us. And we can be distracted very easily. Focus. Keep your eye on the ball. Can this batter ever hit the ball if he doesn't keep his eye on the ball? It's really all very simple. You know, it really is. The first thing is, it's a matter of focus. You've got to keep that focus where it needs to be and not allow other things to distract you. And this is going to become increasingly important as we move along through the rest of these last days. And here's a few things to keep in mind that I hope you might remember when you need to that will help you. First of all, faith is not about our problems. Do you have problems? Of course you do. Everybody has problems. That's not what faith is about. Yes, through faith, as I was just talking to you, Messiah can help you with your problems. But faith is not about those problems. Some of them you may have to bear. Others you may be able to solve. Some you may have to wait to have them solved. You need to learn how to accept His will in your life regarding your problems. He needs to be the center of your life, not your problems. Another thing is, faith is not about offenses of other people. Will other believers offend you? The answer to that is absolutely, other believers will offend you. Why will that happen? Because they're just like you. They're imperfect. They needed to be saved, just like you did. So yes, other believers will offend you. Why is it that some people actually turn away from Messiah because of what some believer does, or even what a lot of believers do? Well, if you learn right now that faith is not about what other people do, it's not about whether you're offended by people, that's going to help you a lot. It'll help you a lot. You know, in Matthew chapter 24, you know what it says is going to happen? Brothers are going to betray one another through this period. That's pretty offensive, isn't it? It's like Messiah saying, get ready, because the brothers and sisters are going to betray you. They're going to do the worst possible thing that can happen to you. He's told us this in advance. Why? So it doesn't throw us when it happens. Because faith is not about whether other people offend us. Faith is about Him, right? That's what faith is about. Faith is about Him, seeing Him, knowing Him, and loving Him. And you know what? Other people shouldn't be able to affect that. That's your relationship with Him, isn't it? So can't you take the encouragement and the things that other people have to offer and grow by that and be encouraged by that, and let the other things pass? Or if you can't do that, just deal with them scripturally without that affecting your faith in Messiah. That's what we need to learn how to do. And, you know, if any of these things seem too hard right now, don't feel discouraged about it or like I'm putting anybody down, because I'm really not. I'm trying to shine a light on some things that can help you make it all the way. And these things are things where you can just talk honestly with Messiah about it, and He can help you with it. You know, if your problems seem so huge that you can't think about anything but your problems, you really need to talk to Him about that, because that's a problem, right? And say, help me, Lord, to see You, to see who You are. Help me to know You in my life. Help me to love You the way I need to. And if you reach out to Him like that, you persist in that, you're going to see that change. That is true with any spiritual problem that you encounter. This thing about other people offending you, same thing. If you don't let it stand between you and Him, and you take your worries and your concerns about that to Him, He's going to help you through that. Because faith is all about Him. It's not about you. You know what happens when you start focusing inward? Everything bad. And I'll tell you why. Because you're a mess in there. Your old man lives in there. And your old man is completely messed up. And your old man is hopeless. So when you start examining the old man inside of you, that is a black hole with no bottom. You have to realize Messiah sees you not as that old man, but as the person you are in him. That's what faith is about. You need to see that, because that might not be a reality you're seeing right now. But that's the reality he sees. He sees who you're meant to be in him. That's what all of us need to rise up to. And we can do that through faith. We can rise up to be that person that he sees us to be. You can do that. But you see, that's about focusing on him, not about focusing on you. As you focus on him, then this happens, that you become that person that he has meant you to be. So here we are in the last days. We can endure through the last days. Here's what Hebrews chapter 12 says. Lay aside every weight and the sin which so easily entangles us. When it says lay aside every weight, what is it talking about? It's talking about anything in our life that interferes with our faith. Get rid of it. Be radical. Get rid of it. And the sin which so easily entangles us, that's a specific sin. That is the sin of unbelief. The sin of unbelief can entangle you very easily. You got to set that aside. Let us run with endurance the race that is set before us. Do you see it as a race? Do you know there's a specific finish line? And we need to run for that finish line. And it says how we can do it. And it's just what I've been talking about. Fix your gaze on Yeshua. And that's not hard to do because he's always ahead of you. Right in front of you. He's walking out the path. And if you fix your gaze on him, you don't look to the left or to the right. If you don't allow yourself to be distracted, if you keep your focus on him, then you're going to end up in the right place because he's going to end up in the right place. It's really that simple. Fix your gaze on Yeshua, the author and perfecter of your faith. He's the author of your faith. He gave you that faith, right, to start with so that you could be saved. But he's not done with that. He's the perfecter of your faith. He is the one that's actually training you through the events of your life to build up your faith. He's the author and perfecter of your faith, who for the joy that was set before him endured the cross, despising its shame, and has sat down at the right hand of the throne of God. He kept his eye on the ball. He had a mission. Fulfilling that mission was everything to him. And I'll tell you the reason. Because of love for his Father. He could not even entertain the idea of failing his Father. And so seeing that ahead of him, even the cross was not an obstacle. Fix your gaze on Yeshua, and you will become more and more like him. And that changes everything as you're running in these last days. Now, here's another verse I find very helpful. Luke 21. So be careful. You mean I just can't take things for granted? No, be careful, it says. that your hearts not be loaded down with carousing, intoxication, and distractions of this life. And that day come on you suddenly, for it will come like a snare on all those who dwell on the surface of the earth. Isn't there some possibility that maybe it won't come? No, the scripture is very clear. It will come. Therefore, be watchful all the time, praying that you may be counted worthy to escape all these things that will happen and to stand before the Son of Man. Well, the verse here, when it's talking about escaping, it's actually talking about returning in the remnant exodus. It's escaping the nations and being brought to that place of safety. But I'll tell you, if we just take that for granted and say, well, when the time comes, I'm going, it's not going to work like that. You need to work on your faith now. You need to keep your faith strong. You need to grow your faith so that when that time comes to go in the second Exodus, you will see what is invisible. Because let me tell you, there will be many challenges to people. And if your faith is not a built-up muscle already, you're not going to make it through those challenges to actually make it in the second Exodus. You can't just skate through this. You have to be careful, like it says right here. You have to be watchful. You can't take it for granted. That's what it's telling us. Well, one final thing to encourage you. This is where things end up. The evil ones will war against the Lamb, and the Lamb will overcome them. For he is Lord of lords and King of kings. They also will overcome who are with him, called and chosen and faithful. That's what enduring to the end is all about. Not only called and chosen, but also faithful. And that happens through being with him. We need to be with him, and we need to get closer and closer to him every step along the way here in these last days. So, the good news, you can survive the last days, and there's this incredible prize awaiting you at the end of your run. So have a good race, and I'll see you at the other side.
For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we, through the patience and comfort of the Scriptures, might have hope. You know, the apostles, they were Torah scholars. This is why I'm doing Zion Academy. The lessons include 2-hour audio programs and quiz modules. All the lessons in the Torah can be applied to us today. Not to mention, they open up the renewed covenant scriptures in a whole new level, much like the apostles had understanding of the Torah. Plus, I can do the courses in my own time, at my own pace, with no prerequisites, and at a very low cost. I can do them here. Or here.
Zion Academy students are provided with study materials, the Zion Messianic Scriptures, in-depth verse-by-verse programs, and quizzes with your final grade and a certificate at the end of the course. Zion Academy also offers assignments for students who would like to opt in to take part in the Zion Tabernacle live Shabbat meetings. Become immersed in the Torah. Find out how you can become a Zion Academy student at zion.org.
Darwinian evolution. Junk science.
We say that Charles Darwin wrote a book, and it was published in 1859. And his book on the origin of species, which is really not the whole title, it's telling you what he's really saying. It was Darwinism that gave them scientific justification to go in and dominate the so-called savages. That's what evolution is about. Here's a newspaper article from Australia. The headline is "Blacks Slain for Science's White Superiority Theory." Cross out white superiority theory and put Darwinism, because it's the same thing. Look at this map of Africa. See the little light green part? That's the only part of Africa that was not completely colonized by the Europeans. All the other colors you see on there, that's all areas of Africa that were divided up to the different European nations. Why were they there in Africa? To steal everything in Africa. That's why they were there. They were thieves. They were going into a place that did not belong to them, where they were stronger, where they were more powerful, and they were taking what they wanted. That's what they were doing. And they needed a moral justification for that in the eyes of the soldiers that they sent to die there to make them rich. And Darwinian evolution gave them the excuse they needed. It didn't just happen in Africa. Here in the United States, the indigenous people in America were virtually wiped out. And this too was justified by Darwinian evolution.
Often when racist history is cited, such as stories of slavery, colonialism, genocide of indigenous people, or Nazi atrocities, blame is directed towards the Bible and Bible-believing people. However, a closer look at actual documentation points to another culprit behind elitist racist atrocities. That culprit is Darwinian evolution. This obscured fact of history needs and deserves to be revealed. The film, Darwinian Evolution Junk Science, was made to set this record straight. See it today. See Darwinian Evolution Junk Science, www.truthpoint.info.
old bones are feeling a lot better now. Thank you, Lord. What now?
Where are we? What's going on? What's gonna happen? Who are you? I don't get this.
So strange.
Everyone, I know you have a lot of questions. This is highly unusual, what has happened. But I just ask you to be patient. Did you notice that meeting building down the way? We're all going to go there, and we're going to meet together and get oriented. So I'd just like to ask you along the way, please tell everybody else that you see that we're all meeting there, and then we'll get into what all of this is about. I'll meet you there in just a few minutes. Welcome, friends. Let's start with a big cheer for Yeshua Messiah. We'll be offering a lot more praise to our King Messiah in just a little while. Right now, though, please everyone be seated so we can get right into what has been going on. I'm Eliyahu, and I'm here to tell you, you are the remnant of the whole house of Israel. You're here because he is raising you up from the valley of dry bones. Even as the prophet Ezekiel said. Then he said to me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say, our bones are dried up, and our hope is lost. We're completely cut off. Thus says the Lord Yahweh, behold, I will open your graves and cause you to come up out of your graves, my people, and I will bring you into the land of Israel. I will put my spirit in you, and you will live. Then I will place you in your own land, and you will know that I, Yahweh, have spoken it and performed it, says Yahweh. And behold, you're seeing these words being fulfilled in these days. All of you know these scriptures, but do all of you know what the heavens have been speaking? Indeed, they are another witness to what Yahweh is doing with his people in these days. We need to talk about that. Let's start with a short primer on the Maseroth. Here it is.
So, what does Mazareth mean?
Maseroth is actually a word that is found in the book of Job. Job is thought to be one of the oldest, if not the very oldest book in the Bible. It is thought to even predate the time of Abraham. The verse is in Job 38, 31 through 33.
Canst thou bring forth Maseroth in his season? Or canst thou guide Arcturus with his sons? Knowest thou the ordinances of heaven? Canst thou set the dominion thereof in the earth?
Well, we're using the King James Version here because the King James uses the actual Hebrew word Maseroth, whereas other translations use various things. For instance, some of them use the word constellations. Some of them actually use the word zodiac here. The word Mazzaroth actually means the 12 signs of the zodiac, according to many different biblical authorities, including Brown Driver Briggs' Hebrew definitions. Barnes also says this. We'll read this quote from Barnes.
Gesenius regards the word as properly lodgings, inns, and hence the lodgings of the sun, or the places or houses in which he appears in the heavens, and thus as meaning the signs in the zodiac. Most of the Hebrew interpreters adopt this view.
This is a little shocking for some people.
It is.
Because generally when we think of the zodiac, we think of something that's pagan, that's used in divination and horoscopes and so forth.
And of course that's true too.
Right. And we know that that's condemned in Scripture.
Right.
Why then is Yahweh actually directing Job's attention to the zodiac? That seems rather strange. The point that it's making here is that it is Yahweh that brings forth the zodiac. In other words, He's the one that created it and controls it. Its uses for horoscopes and the way that it has been adapted by the pagans and so forth is really just a perversion of something that Yahweh made. Obviously, nobody else made the stars but our grand creator.
So, thus again, something else that needs to be restored to our thinking.
Exactly. And the interesting thing about this, he mentions, for instance, Arcturus here, and in surrounding verses it mentions other constellations. Mazzaroth is actually made up of these constellations. Now, in the quote from Barnes, it mentions how Mazzaroth actually comes from a word that means lodgings or inns, and it refers to the journey of the sun and staying in each of these different signs of the Mazzaroth. Now, how this works is this. The heavens around us, as they appear from the earth, are like a belt that goes around the earth, like a giant belt that goes around the earth. So try and picture it like this. Now, this belt is divided up into 12 different sections, sometimes called houses. Each one of these houses has 3 important constellations in it, and each has a different name, each one of these houses. Over a period of a year, then the sun appears to be in each of these houses, these 12 houses of the zodiac, for a month. So from our position of viewing the sun from the earth, it appears as if the sun stays in a different house of the Mazzaroth for a month and then travels to the next house and so on and goes around the Mazzaroth through the course of a solar year. So from ancient times, people looked at the stars and they basically mapped out their year, the passage of the solar year, through watching the passage of these constellations as the sun appeared in each of these different houses of the Mazzaroth. This is part of Yahweh's grand design of the universe. And it's really quite amazing that it is laid out like this. From most ancient times, the figures of the constellations have been known to man. They predate all of the pagan uses of the constellations. Now, obviously, the pagans somewhat altered and changed the meanings of these different constellations. However, even there, the basic features of these constellations remained constant. What we're looking at today is the fact that Yahweh made these constellations of the Mazzaroth, and that He actually intended these signs, if you will, these constellations, as a message. In fact, you might have come across books about this. This is often called the Gospel in the Stars, because as you go around the Mazzaroth, it actually lays out the entire story of salvation. The story about the seed of the woman and how he would come and eventually triumph over the serpent and bring redemption and restoration to the righteous. All of this is written in the stars. Another verse that we could look at that talks about this is Isaiah 40:26.
Lift up your eyes on high and look. Who has created these? Who brings out their host by number? By greatness of vigor and might of power, He calls them all by names. Not one is lacking.
Well, today when people read a verse like this, they're thinking it's just talking generally about how great the stars look. But in that ancient world in which this verse was written, it is speaking very specifically of this same phenomenon that Yahweh spoke to Job about, and that is the Mazzaroth and the constellations. And he's saying here in Isaiah, lift up your eyes and look. So he's actually telling his people to look at these constellations. This is kind of a mind-bending idea for people who have always been told, don't look. But this is the other side of things. He's wanting us to see what he has done, what he is saying in the stars. And he says, who brings out their host by number? And this word host here means more than just a lot of stars. Actually, according to Strong's, it means a mass of persons or figurative things, especially regularly organized for war. The story of the Mazzaroth is a story of war. It's the story of the war between good and evil, between darkness and light. It has this idea in it of organization.
Order.
Order, right. When we look at the Mazzaroth from this point of view, and we see the constellations and what their true meaning actually is, it is speaking to us. And that is why Yahweh says to lift up your eyes and look at this. And of course, this brings glory to him, because nobody else could do this but him. Satan certainly could pervert this.
And has, unfortunately.
But he could not create this.
No way!
Only the Creator could actually do this. A number of places in Scripture, we're not going into them all, actually explain that Yahweh is the one who leads these stars and bends them to his use in conveying a message. When Messiah came, people were looking to the heavens at what the stars were doing as an indication of what was happening on earth. This is not evil if it's something that's a true indication from Yahweh of something he is doing. When this gets evil is when we start using the stars as a means of divining our own lives. This is not something that Yahweh wants us to do. But we want to see his signs. And of course, we've been looking at the book of Luke that tells us that in these last days there would be signs in the sun, moon, and stars. And that includes things that would be happening in the Mazzaroth under his control that help us to understand the times and seasons of the things that he is doing in the spiritual realm and in the earth.
Signs in the sun, moon, and stars are foretold for these last days. And true to Scripture, these have been occurring. On their own, these can be very impressive. However, when we see how these signs relate to one another and to Scripture, they tell a story that is very significant for us. Let's begin to look into that now.
This is what NASA had to say about this event that happened March 19th, 2008.
Naked Eye Gamma Ray Burst aimed squarely at Earth. Presented by Science at NASA. September 10, 2008. Astronomers announced today that a remarkable gamma ray burst visible to the human eye on March 19th came from an explosive stellar jet aimed almost directly at Earth. NASA's SWIFT satellite detected the explosion, formally named GRB 0803-19b, at 2:13 in the morning Eastern Daylight Time on March 19, 2008, and pinpointed its position in the constellation Boötes. The gamma-ray burst became bright enough to see even without a telescope. Observations of the event by a global array of satellites and ground-based observatories have since given scientists the most detailed portrait of a burst ever recorded, says SWIFT principal investigator Neil Garrels at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland. We really hit the jackpot with this one.
What's very interesting about this gamma ray burst that was directed right at Earth. This gamma ray burst was seen in the constellation Boötes.
You know, the part that really strikes me is that this was directed right at Earth, and you could see it with your eye. You didn't need some kind of special equipment. Do these happen all the time, that you can just see with your eye and that they're directed right at Earth?
Actually, this was the most unusual one ever because it was the farthest away thing that mankind has ever seen. It's more than halfway across the universe, not the galaxy, the universe.
Wow.
This was incredibly bright. What they believe this to be is a star going supernova, exploding. But in this particular case, what it did is it directed a gamma ray burst directly towards the planet Earth. And this is why we were able to see it even with the human eye. And this was the brightest thing mankind has ever seen.
So it's brighter than all the known stars up in the sky.
Exactly, yeah. We notice the date, March 19th, 2008. So when this occurred was right at the end of the Hebrew year, just ushering in the new year. Every 7 years is a year of release, and it was ushering in that year of release, which is the biblical year, I guess you would say, of 2008. So it was as if to say, mark this time, something important is happening here. Now, this burst actually occurred, as we heard in this clip, in the constellation Boötes. What is that constellation? And does that constellation have a message for us?
Yeah, does it mean anything?
Right, and why is it that Yahweh would cause this great burst to happen there? Could it be that he's trying to direct us to that constellation as if to say, this is happening now? Today I'm going to be quoting from a book called The Witness of the Stars by E.W. Bullinger. So we're going to use this book now and read some of the information that it gives us about the constellation Boötes. It says the meaning of the word Boötes is he cometh, or he comes.
You're kidding. That's phenomenal.
Right. This figure of Boötes is someone who's coming.
Wow.
And then it says that he is pictured as a man walking rapidly. He's got a staff in one hand and a sickle in the other hand. The word Boötes comes from the Hebrew root word bo, which means to come. So this literally means he comes, or the coming. In the book here, it quotes Psalm 96:13. Let's read that.
For he cometh to judge the earth. He shall judge the world in righteousness, and the people with his truth.
This figure, Boötes, doesn't really refer to the coming of Messiah at the end of the judgment process. See, that happens when we see him in the clouds.
Uh-huh.
We often call that his second coming.
Right.
But actually, this is talking about when he comes to judge the earth. This is at the beginning of that process. It's actually talking about the very same thing that Revelation chapter 5 is talking about, when the Lion of Judah stands up in heaven and begins the judgment process of the earth by releasing the judgments into the world. So you see there's a correlation between Revelation chapter 5, which was really our experience in the early part of 2008 around Passover, and who Boötes actually pictures and what he pictures. Now, this gets more interesting as we go along here. We're told that his ancient name was Arcturus. Now, Arcturus also is one of the stars in Boötes. It's right at the knee, if you will, of Boötes. And as we go along now, we have another major star in Boötes, and that's called Alcatarops. And this is in the staff that he's holding. And this means the branch.
Wow.
Now, there's another star called Merak, and this means the coming forth as an arrow. This is very interesting when you think about how this gamma ray burst was sighted. It was directed right at the earth like an arrow.
Yeah, it was pointed right towards us.
And it almost makes you wonder if this particular star and its name is foretelling this event that we witnessed in 2008. Another star in the constellation Boötes is called Mufride. It means who separates. See, this is where the sickle comes in, right?
Sure, because you're going to harvest the good from the bad.
This is what the scriptures tell us, too. It's going to happen when he comes, right?
Right.
He's coming to harvest and to separate the harvest. Now, another star, and this one is actually in the head of the constellation, is Nakar, and it means the pierced. He is the pierced one, and it reminds me of Revelation chapter 5, which I see all of this going directly to Revelation chapter 5, and there we see the Lamb as if slain. You see, it's the pierced one who is coming in power and authority to judge the world and to harvest the world. So all of this speaks really of the beginning of the judgment period.
Even the fact that this star is as far away as you can possibly get that we've ever seen with the naked eye here on Earth.
Right, exactly. Another Hebrew name associated with this is Merga, and it means who bruises.
Pierced and bruised for our sake.
And of course, we know he is going to do a fatal bruise to the enemy, and he is coming to do that. It is quite amazing that this took place exactly when it did in 2008, as if to announce the beginning of this period.
You know, I was contemplating that Bullinger's work here is the witness of the stars.
Mm-hmm.
And I know in scriptures you need two witnesses to establish a fact. And it was just kind of amusing to me to think about the fact that you had this happening in the stars, even though it wasn't commonly known outside of the scientific community until more recently.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had this thing that was going on here at Zion with you receiving this revelation and putting it into the radio series and also into the book.
This sign in Boötes certainly was amazing. However, it was followed up by a second sign in that same year of 2008 that fit perfectly with the first one and expanded on it perfectly. Here's more about that now.
We do have another witness because we had another event written in the stars that occurred in 2008 that is really quite remarkable. For this, we're going to turn to a news report about the event. We're going to read about this now in an article from Science Daily, and this is under the headline, NASA's Swift catches farthest ever gamma ray burst. Let's read a couple paragraphs here.
Science Daily, September 20th, 2008. NASA's Swift satellite has found the most distant gamma ray burst ever detected. The blast, designated GRB 080913, arose from an exploding star 12.8 billion light-years away. This is the most amazing burst Swift has seen, said the mission's lead scientist, Neil Gehrels, at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland. It's coming to us from near the edge of the visible universe.
We want to find out a little more about this. Let's read another paragraph now from the article.
Gamma rays from the far-off explosion triggered Swift's Burst Alert Telescope at 1:47 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time on September 13th. The spacecraft established the event's location in the constellation Eridanus and quickly turned to examine the spot. Less than 2 minutes after the alert, Swift's X-ray telescope began observing the position.
From this news article, we glean that this happened actually on the early hours of September 13th, 2008, and that what was seen is the most distant gamma ray burst ever detected. This was even more distant than the earlier one that we've already talked about, which up till then was the most distant.
So these sound so similar, I can barely tell them apart. The only difference is the date. One happened in the spring and one happened in the fall.
And of course, This one was from so far away, they say that it's from the other side of the universe. So it was really quite amazing. This is the farthest away thing we've ever seen, period. Now, the other thing that I want to point out is that this was sighted in the constellation Eridanus. We want to look again in the Witness in the Stars book to see what it says about the constellation Eridanus and see if this is meaningful in terms of what we're discussing today. Is there a reason, in other words, why it happened, when it happened, and does this have meaning? First of all, we look at the constellation Eridanus and its Hebrew meaning. What does it mean in Hebrew?
It says the river of the judge.
Yes, this is the river of the judge.
Wow.
So, in other words, this is the flowing of the judgments.
Wow.
With Boetes and the incredible gamma flash in Boetes, we have the coming of the judge. And here we have the river of the judge is flowing. Do those relate to each other?
They sure do.
The subheading here in the book is the river of wrath breaking forth for his enemies. This certainly speaks about the coming of a period of judgment. The book makes the comment that this is truly an immense constellation, and it also tells us that it was associated with fire. Picture, if you will, a flowing, meandering river of fire, a river of judgment, of fire coming out of heaven. That's what the picture of Eridanus is, coming forth from the judge. Now, this comes out from under the foot of Orion, and we're not really talking too much about Orion today, but Orion is this great king in the sky. The pagans adopted Orion for their pagan gods, but actually the book of Job speaks about the constellation of Orion. So we know Orion actually existed before all that paganism about Orion, and is a part of the picture in the Mazzaroth of the coming Messiah. So we actually have the judgment coming forth from Messiah. That's what we're seeing in this constellation.
And because it's under the foot of Orion, it's literally coming forth from his foot, making his enemies like a footstool.
Does that sound familiar?
It does.
How about Psalm 110? And you know what? Psalm 110 is in my book, announcing Judgment Day. And in my book, I explain how in 2008, Messiah actually stood up, and the time came for the nations to be placed like a footstool under his feet. And of course, it all goes on talking about his judgment that he would bring, subduing the nations. Again, the themes that we saw with Boetes go together perfectly with this picture of this river coming forth from Orion's foot, under Orion's foot. Witness in the Stars then goes on and has this to say about this river.
Is not this the testimony afterwards written in the book? Daniel sees this very river in his vision of that coming day, when the true Orion shall come forth in his glory. He says, I beheld till the thrones were placed, and one that was ancient of days did sit. His throne was fiery flames, and the wheels thereof burning fire. A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. This is the river of the judge. For he goes on to say, the judgment was set and the books were opened.
Well, as we look at this, we have to agree with the writer here, because what it's talking about, a fiery stream issuing forth from the Ancient of Days, is exactly what Eridanus represents. A river of fire coming forth from the judge. And of course, these verses in Daniel 7, 9 through 11 speak about a judgment court being set up in heaven, a throne being set into place, a court taking its seat, and then this river of fire coming forth, and books being opened from which the world would be judged. This is the very thing that I saw happen in 2008. And this is recorded in my book. It's recorded in the radio programs that I did. People know that I saw this. And now we have the sign in the sky pinpointing this particular event. And I find that to be a second witness to the revelation that I have shared about these events.
On a personal note, I didn't find out about these 2008 gamma ray burst signs, one in the spring, the other in the fall, until 2010. When I first heard about these and I studied them out, I felt stunned and awed for days. As incredible as it sounds, this appeared to be a communication feedback loop that Yahweh had actually planned and built into the heavens at creation, just waiting for the right time to confirm the 2008 revelation he eventually had given me. The heavens were actually speaking to me, and I was getting the message. So what does this mean for the remnant of Israel? If you have heard the Revelation series messages, or you've read the Judgment Day book that I wrote, then you know that the Gentile times were over and the final generation began in 1967, when Jerusalem was finally back in the hands of Israel. That year marked the start of something else as well, namely a 40-year judgment of the church system. That judgment of the church system was concluded in the spring of the Shemitah year, 2008. The verdict? The church system was rejected in that year. Now, I'm not saying all the believers were rejected, but the church system itself is not the assembly that Messiah built, and it was rejected. So from that point on, Messiah's focus was on two things. One, raising up the remnant of Israel to represent him in the earth. And two, beginning his judgment on the nations of the earth. Both of these objectives have been advancing since then. You might wonder, have there been any signs in the sky since 2008 that support this assertion that Messiah's focus is now on raising up the remnant of Israel? Indeed, there have been, as this next segment well illustrates. Let's consider that now.
Well, I've been asked about what this particular planetary alignment means, and I think the reason is there's been lots of buzz about this on the internet. With this slide, I've put together an illustration for you that helps to explain exactly what has been going on regarding the Star of David planetary alignment of July 29th, 2013. What you can see from this chart, that's this particular alignment right here, is that this is not the only Star of David planetary alignment, but is in fact one of a series of 13 Star of David planetary alignments that began in 1990 and end in 2013, and then there's not another one for a long time. These things I'm talking about today are not like Bible prophecy. Bible prophecy is absolutely certain, and it has a real meaning. These signs in the sky are, in fact, open to interpretation, and people can make mistakes about it, and all of that can happen. So that could be true here as well. And what I'm going to do is simply share with you the facts that I've uncovered and show you what they seem to indicate as we take a look at them. Well, as you can see, from 1990, there have been a series of 13 Star of David planetary alignments, ending in the year 2013. Now here I have a line. The arrow shows you that this line actually originates earlier, because what this line represents is the final generation timeline. According to the words of Yeshua Messiah, this generation that began in 1967, when Israel recovered control over Jerusalem, is the final generation, and it will end with the return of Yeshua Messiah and the end of this age and the beginning of the next one. So we're very interested in that happening. I think the fact that these Star of David planetary alignments began in 1990 and then have happened since then and increased in frequency even as we get up to 2013 shows you something about the time in which we're living, that things have intensified and things are moving forward with greater intensity all the time, and that is what has happened. The Star of David is about rulership over Israel, and it's actually having to do with the Messiah, who is the king, the ruler in the line of David. But equally, this has to do with the nation of Israel. Now, when I talk about the nation, I'm not just talking about the state of Israel, but I'm talking about the people that descended from Jacob or Israel. It seems to me that whatever this is saying, it's saying something having to do with all of the tribes of Israel rather than just the Jews, who would be represented by one star, which would be the Star of Judah. Okay, so let's see now, as we follow the timeline, what it points to. Well, that continues down here, and after 2013 we get to 2014 and 2015, and this is when the tetrad moons occur. These also have to do with Israel, and they are very, very significant. What are tetrad moons? Well, they're 4 full moons in a row, and these are often blood moons or red moons. The dates in which these happen are forecast to occur on Passover of 2014, Sukkot of 2014, then Passover, this is in the spring of 2015, and Sukkot of 2015. 4 in a row. Now this is actually very unusual. Tetrads are very unusual. Well, if you look at this whole illustration here and you kind of put this together, it makes a big picture that we could see from the Star of David planetary alignments. You see, since there have been 13 of them, this points to the complete nation of Israel. And one of the most unknown doctrines of Scripture, and yet one of the most certain and most talked about in all of the prophetic books of Scripture, has to do with the return of the remnant of Israel to Israel in the last days. And particularly with all of these Star of David planetary alignments setting this tetrad up, it tells you 13 times in a row that this is about Israel. What more do you need? But it's not just about the state of Israel. That's what these 13 Star of David planetary alignments are saying. This is about the restoration of the nation of Israel. In other words, all of the tribes of Israel. The remnant from all of the tribes. And the Star of David actually points to the house of David, showing that these are messianic believers, in addition to being descendants of Jacob, descendants of Israel. These are messianic believers, believers in Messiah, the rightful king of the house of David. And so all of this in this moving timeline forward, culminating here with the tetrads, this would suggest to me that this is all about the remnant of the tribes of Israel returning home. So this is seeming to indicate a real major event here in these last days, leading up eventually to the return of Messiah. However, everything prophesied in the Scriptures must happen first, including the return of the remnant of Israel to their land. There was great expectation among many leading up to the tetrad moons of 2014 and 2015. As usual, as these things go, many expected the rapture to happen. Others expected the Great Tribulation to happen. And neither of these materialized, leaving many disappointed. Unfortunately, none of the books on the subject of the tetrads even commented on the Star of David planetary alignments that led up to the tetrad moons. These were 13 star alignments in the shape of the Star of David that culminated in 2013, with the tetrads then immediately following in 2014 and 2015. Their Star of David alignments were in fact part of the tetrad sign, as I pointed out in 2013. In fact, the Star of David alignments provide the context for understanding what the tetrads are about. They were really primarily about the tribes of Israel, not just the state of Israel, the whole house of Israel. It is true that I thought the tetrads could be pointing to the Psalm 83 war, and indeed the Sunni-Shia war in the Middle East heated up during that period, killing and displacing hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. And that war still rages, continuing to make the way for a Psalm 83 conflict with the state of Israel. However, as I pointed out before the tetrads happened, they were primarily about the messianic remnant of the tribes of Israel under Messiah. 13 Stars of David represent the 12 tribes of Israel, plus our Messiah. In other words, renewed Israel, a total of 13 stars. So the question is, did something significant happen regarding the remnant of Israel during the Tetrad time frame of 2014-2015. Yes, it did, as this next amazing segment explains.
Perhaps you remember some news articles that came out in the middle of the summer. This was in the newspapers, it was on the internet. They call it the Bethlehem Star. Well, we're going to talk about that, but before we do, I want to talk about the actual Bethlehem Star that happened 2,000 years ago, June 17th, 2 BC. Now, there had been a series of conjunctions that culminated in this one. This particular conjunction involves, as you can possibly see in the picture, Jupiter and Venus converging closely together in the constellation of Leo and with Regulus close by. I wrote a newsletter on this. There's more information in it explaining all of this. When the Magi came looking for the Savior, it was because of this constellation that you're seeing right here. And it's because this is very rare. There's another aspect of this that nobody talks about that makes this rare. And I want to explain that to you. Now here, I just want to show you is a chart in a book. New and full moons from 1001 BC to AD 1651. And it lists all the new and full moons during that period. And it lists the year of 2 BC. From that, I laid out the dates of all of the full moons from Passover to Sukkot in 2 BC. The full moon of Passover occurred on March 20th using our calendar in 2 BC. The full moon of Sukkot occurred on September 14th. The Messiah star occurred on June 17th. All of these, of course, being on full moons. The Messiah star being on a full moon. Now notice where this falls in the course of the summer. We keep the Sabbath based on the moon. According to a lunar Sabbath, you've got 12 Sabbaths before the Messiah star. That's from Passover, including the Sabbath just before the Messiah star, and then the Messiah star is the 13th one. Then from the next Sabbath all the way to the full moon of September 14th here, or Sukkot, you've got 12. The Messiah star occurs right in the middle of those two sets of 12 Sabbaths. The 12 moons picturing Israel of the Mosaic covenant. Then Messiah comes, then you've got 12 moons picturing renewed covenant Israel. The Bethlehem star that shone the way towards the birth of Messiah is very meaningful, not just because it was bright, but also because of where it fell on the holy time calendar. It actually shows us something. It pictures something. It points directly to Messiah. Got the Messiah in the middle and 12 on one side and 12 on the other. I'd call that the two manifestations of Israel. Mosaic covenant Israel and the renewed covenant Israel. The Messiah was the light of Israel. And there's so many verses that say that about him. Talk about his star rising and so on. Well, all of that happened with him came after a real physical sign of a real light. And this was evidence that the Messiah had come, and this was good news for renewed covenant Israel, for us. On July 1st, 2015, there was another occurrence of the Messiah star. All the elements are there. You've got Jupiter and Venus together. You've got Regulus. All of this happens in Leo. But what about the moons? It's the same pattern exactly. The dates on the Gregorian calendar are different, but on the biblical calendar, they're the same dates. Starting from Passover to Sukkot. It's the same dates. And as you can see here, there are 12 before and 12 after. So here we have, after 2,000 years, the reappearance of the Messiah star in all of its elements, including placement in relation to the moons. When this happened 2,000 years ago, this prefigured a light that was actually coming into the world. Do you think that this happening again could actually picture a light that's coming into the world? Messiah told me, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of Yahweh is risen on you. For behold, darkness shall cover the earth, and gross darkness the peoples. But Yahweh will arise on you, and his glory shall be seen on you. Nations shall come to your light, and kings to the brightness of your rising." That is a prophecy about the remnant. That star marks the shining forth of the remnant. When it says your light has come, it means that that sign in the sky, that Messiah star, has actually come, prefiguring this glory of Yahweh that is rising on the remnant. And when does it happen? It's between two of the tetrad blood moons. Fulfilled. Do you have the spiritual eyes to grasp that?
We've covered a lot of material today about signs in the sky that have happened over the course of a relatively short period. There's lots of information here, but I've kind of boiled it down to a few points to show the relationship of these different sky signs to one another. Now, in the Shemitah year of 2008, we had the 2008 sky signs in the spring and in the fall. In other words, around Passover, around Sukkot. And we saw that those signs were evidence that Messiah actually had gone forth, that judgment had gone forth, and that he was bringing his sickle with him. It was time to start gathering the remnant of Israel. In other words, he's turning his attention now to the remnant, beginning in 2008. Well, we notice the tetrad planetary alignments. I'm calling them tetrad. They're really Star of David alignments. Stars actually in the shape of the Star of David, 13 of them, culminating in 2013. And we can see these as being the 12 tribes of Israel and Messiah, showing us renewed Israel. That's what that's about. and pointing right up to the tetrads, which were 2014 and 2015. And these 4 blood red moons are like 4 big red lights shining out, screaming Israel, because you have 4 of them in a row on Passover, Sukkot, and then Passover, Sukkot. This is clearly about Israel. This culminates in 2015. And what do you have here? Again, you have these same numbers. 12 for the 12 tribes of Israel, 13 for the Messiah, and then 12 for the 12 tribes of renewed Israel. This is really a lot like, by the way, the great sign of Revelation 12, historic covenant Israel, and then it's renewed Israel under Messiah. Same idea. That's very interesting. Now, how could these sky signs involve these numbers, which clearly have to do with Israel, repeating over again, if this is not about the tribes of Israel? It's very clear that the relationship of these signs to one another has to do with the tribes of Israel. And then when we look at the Messiah star occurring right in the middle of the Shemitah year feasts of Passover and Sukkot, this is rather amazing. 12 Sabbaths. And by the way, I certainly see this as confirmation of the lunar Sabbath, because this would not work with the rabbinical Jewish Sabbath. This works because this is Yahweh's original plan, his original kind of timing, and the whole thing works according to that, so that you have 12 of the Torah Sabbaths, then you have the Messiah star screaming that Messiah is involved at this point, and then you have 12 more. And the first of those Sabbaths is Passover of 2015. The last of them is Sukkot of 2015, with the Messiah star exactly in the middle. And the Messiah star is what this is all about here. This is what all these signs have been pointing up to, because the Messiah star is a promise. A promise found in Isaiah chapter 60. And it signals the rising up of the remnant of Israel. Just like the original Messiah star, the Bethlehem star, was signaling the birth of the baby Yeshua Messiah, and nobody knew about that except a few people. And this was unknown to the world, and yet it was a great event. The same thing is true about the Messiah star in 2015. This is heralding a great event, something being born into the world that yet the world does not see. And even with these sky signs that's screaming out all of this, and all the prophets foretelling all of this, it seems like everyone is blind to it. Even many people who are familiar with the scriptures. The reason they're blind to the message about the remnant of Israel is because they've been taken in by a lie. It is a very old lie, developed and advanced by the Roman Church, and later continued by all denominations of the church system. What is that lie? It is the claim that the church began with Christ and his apostles in the first century. This may surprise you, But this does not agree with Scripture. The fact is, the word ecclesia, translated in Christian Bibles as church, is itself the Greek translation of the Hebrew word qahal. In both cases, with the Greek and with the Hebrew, the word means assembly. Throughout Scripture, the assembly refers to the assembly of Israel. In other words, there is no church in the New Testament. The group we find in the New Testament in the first century is the Messianic assembly of renewed Israel, structured and operating under the leadership of the house of David according to the order of Israel. So where did the church come from? In actual history, the church is a Gentile body that rebelled against the assembly that was founded by Messiah. That schism occurred around the middle of the 2nd century. That's right. The church began more than 100 years after Jesus and the apostles. The apostate Gentile church soon grew to vast numbers among the Gentiles, while actively suppressing the original Messianic assembly of Israel and usurping its place in the minds of the world, essentially rewriting history to make itself the favored group. This is why many sincere believers think that the church is Messiah's body in the world, when in fact, it's not. This is very easy to prove. Messiah said this: "A good tree can't produce evil fruit, neither can a corrupt tree produce good fruit. Every tree that doesn't grow good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. Therefore, by their fruits you will know them." The evil history and deeds of the church are well known. This is the fruit of the church, and this is nothing like Messiah and the apostles. This fruit includes bloody wars, inquisitions, terrorism, forced conversions, support of slavery, and massive abuse, both physical and spiritual, of millions of people. In fact, the church has killed millions of Christians with rivers of blood on its hands. A good tree cannot produce evil fruit. The church clearly is not the tree that Messiah planted. Messiah himself, the apostles, and all the prophets foretold the rebuilding of the faithful remnant of the tribes of Israel in the last days. To these, righteous Gentiles are to be grafted in, becoming part of the renewed Israel themselves. We're talking about Messiah's body in the earth, rebuilt and structured in unity together according to the order of Israel. This is the kingdom of Messiah in this world. This is the man-child of Revelation 12. I have taught in depth about the great sign of Revelation 12 in the past. This is a sign that is seen in the sky every few years. On September 23rd, 2017, this great sign was seen again. There was a unique feature about the sign this time, as this clip explains.
So on September 23rd, 2017, This sign forms in the heavens. It fits the requirements of Revelation 12. The woman in heaven is Virgo, the virgin. The sun is the sun that's clothing Virgo, and the moon is actually there under her feet, under this constellation. The garland of 12 stars are the 9 stars of Leo. There's also 3 wandering stars, Mercury, Mars, and Venus. They're now actually situated within Leo, so this makes it 12 stars. And then the last element of the sign of Revelation is that the virgin must be with child. So Jupiter, the planet Jupiter right now at this time is in the womb of Virgo. I guess some people think that the planet Jupiter represents the Messiah. So they are saying that the planet Jupiter is there in Virgo, in the womb. She's pregnant with the Messiah. And even though it seems as though this configuration has happened in the past, it's particularly profound right now because the planet Jupiter stays in the sign of Virgo for 9 months. Usually it'll only stay there for 1 month or it'll move out pretty quickly. This particular time, it stays there in Virgo's womb 9 months before exiting sometime in November. Hence, the Virgin gives birth.
So what is going on with Jupiter in the womb of Virgo for 9 months? Only in this particular version of the sign. Simply put, this is saying that the body of Messiah, the Messianic assembly of Israel, has been conceived and is now being formed in the womb of historic Israel. That has happened and is going on right now. This is another way of presenting the valley of dry bones, where structure is being formed and something new is coming to life. This is why you are here right now, awakened to this message and growing in a whole new way. In fact, the valley of dry bones is the whole world. Remnant people everywhere are being awakened. They are being restructured as part of the whole house of Israel. Soon they will be formed together into a large army and unified under a single banner to return home to the land of Israel. There, the man-child will be born. The completed body of Messiah will rule. Involve yourself fully in this transformation now.
Prophetic Fulfillments Just Ahead is a seminar by Eliyahu Ben David on Bible prophecy concerning the scattered remnant of Israel. Featuring 7 hours of Bible prophecy, plus bonus content. Understand prophecy about the last days. Discover lost truth about the remnant. Order your copy today at truthpoint.info.
As you can see here with our title, this is about the tribulation trigger. And on my graphic, doesn't it just make you not want to push that button? Well, I think it helps us if we know what does push that button. Then we'll understand what's going to be happening. We'll be ready for what's about to happen. And these things are included in Scripture to make us ready here in these last days. It's very interesting that the book of Ezekiel speaks of Gog. And it says, "You shall come like a storm, you shall be like a cloud." And in Daniel, it says that the king of the north will come like a whirlwind, which to me is about the same thing as a swift cloud. And in Isaiah here, where it mentions a swift cloud, the word cloud actually means darkness. And it's reminiscent to me of Joel chapter 2, where it talks about Gog as a locust horde. And when a locust horde comes, it's like a cloud that fills the sky. It connects these celestial events with the great day of his wrath. So, the great day of his judgment has been ongoing, but now the great day of his wrath begins, where he's actually pouring out vengeance upon the wicked. And this outpouring of his wrath begins with the destruction of Gog and Gog's hordes. I think a lot of you have been through what we're going to talk about tonight, leaving the big show. You know, when you first come to know about Messiah and what he has to offer, you're just hungry for whatever you can get. And so the big show looks pretty good for a while to a lot of people. And that's very understandable, and that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with those folks. That they love that energy, they love the Christian music, they love the idea of being saved and having an eternal hope. All kinds of things really that really we share an affinity with. But after you've gone down that road for a while, you start to realize how limiting the church system, the big show, really is. That after a while, it seems like it's always the same. And there's not really a path to grow beyond what they're offering at the big show. So while it's making you feel good and you like the music, you might like the worship, all the people, all the smiles, because there's always lots of smiles, you start to feel like you're just missing something. And what you're missing is getting fed on the meat of the Word. Because when Yeshua Messiah came, he didn't tell us anything about the big show. He didn't show us how to put on a mega church presentation. It was more about you and him. It was more about how you lived your life every day than about the big show. It was more about really loving people, loving one another, loving your neighbors, loving your family. It wasn't about just a big presentation. And the truth is about the big show is, in a way, even though it's costly, it's elaborate, but the big show is easier than actually being a disciple of Yeshua Messiah. And any of the apostles that walked with him would have told you that. In fact, they did tell you that. In my newsletter today, I talked about the big show and where it all started. And the truth is, we can trace it back to the middle of the 2nd century when what we call the Christian church was actually born. Now, you might have been told, probably were told, that the Christian church goes all the way back to Pentecost and the Messiah, but don't you believe it at all. Look at the difference between what you read about in the book of Acts and the big show. Do the two have anything in common? This didn't originate with Messiah. It originated in the next century when some Gentiles who were deep into Greek and Roman philosophy thought that there was something they could take out of this message and put it together with the philosophies they had and make something really big out of it. Something exciting to the senses, exciting to the mind, and they could make themselves famous and make themselves rich. And that's what actually happened. That's what happened in the 2nd century. And it kept developing from there until in the 4th century, it just morphed into this incredibly grotesque thing that we call the Catholic Church, with golden thrones, okay? And jewels, and gold and silver, and big ostentatious buildings, and impressive religious garb that comes directly out of the mystery religions of Babylon. All of that. And you know, all of that, in terms of numbers now, has been incredibly more successful than has the narrow way following Yeshua Messiah. That's not the popular way. He told us it wouldn't be the popular way, and it's not the popular way because it's the harder way. It's the narrow way. So, when the enemy raised up people to give the world the big show, that became the way. And yes, it has a nugget of the truth in it. It refers back to the Scriptures. It refers to salvation in Messiah. There's a lot of things in it that are in common with the truth of Scripture. But the problem is there's a lot of things in it that are directly out of paganism, or if not paganism, then out of this desire of the flesh to satisfy the emotions and the mind while really not feeding the spirit. So, this is why I call it the big show. Because you got the big show, but you have very little reality. And we really could come down through time, and I could point out through history people who had the same experience that so many of us have had, where we were part of that religious system, and after a while it just didn't feel right, it didn't feel fulfilling, and we left the big show. And we were in the wilderness, and we were finding our way until we found something that was more authentic. Maybe whatever you found was not totally authentic, but it was better than what you had. And you kept going, looking for the truth, seeking after the fullness of what Messiah has to offer. So many have gone that path. And you know, down through history, many of those people formed into groups where they would seek after this truth together. They would be persecuted by the religious system. Untold numbers have been killed, in fact, because they were considered a threat to the big show. The truth has always been considered a threat to the big show. But tonight, I want to move forward in time through all of those centuries to the 1600s. And here's some folks that left the big show. We call them the Puritans. And at that time, the big show for them was the Church of England. And they had their big ornate churches in tight with all the governmental figures, the important figures of the day, very doctrinaire, creed-oriented. And at the same time, allowing in these different fragments and remnants of paganism. Well, there were some people within that system having now the Word of God itself in their own language. They delved deeply into that Word, and they found so much that was different than the church. So much. And they realized, for example, they needed to keep the commandments in the Scriptures. They saw that for themselves when they read the Word. And they strove to apply that in their life, to keep those commandments in their life, the best that they could understand at the time. And they withdrew from the big church. It wasn't feeding them. It was doing a lot of things that they could see in Scripture were not correct. And so they would gather together in small groups to study the Scriptures. And the Spirit of God would be there, and it changed them. And it changed their lives. And it made them feel like they personally wanted to be disciples of the Son of God. But they were chased down, they were stifled, they were persecuted, and all they wanted was a place where they could worship in peace and serve Messiah in peace. So that's how eventually they ended up on the Mayflower, headed for the New World that was across the ocean. 1620. The Mayflower landed in Plymouth, today Plymouth, Massachusetts. And They thought they were essentially establishing a new Israel. In fact, they saw themselves as Israelites, and why wouldn't they? They were keeping the covenant. At the same time, of course, that they followed Israel's Messiah. They had left the big show. Now, if you think about this and the enormity of what these believers did, it's truly an impressive thing. Because, you know, it's not like buying an airplane ticket and going from airport to airport or something, what they did. They went to an unknown wilderness, ready to carve out a new life there from the ground up. An amazing thing, amazing courage of these men and women, and amazing faith. And truly, this must have a place in the plan of Yahweh, what they did. And they had a strong sense of that. And they had a strong sense that they were representing His name. Well, they weren't the only ones that came to the New World. There were some of the other kind of people that came too after a while. And nevertheless, there was a preponderance of people of faith that came to settle the New World, and a lot of them were these Puritans. And I have to tell you, I identify closely with these people because I went through the same process they went through. I came out of false religion. I wanted to follow after Messiah. I was willing to take the persecution of others in order for that to happen. And I still am, because He is worth all of that. And I'm still seeking after His kingdom. And that's what they were doing. So I identify closely with them. But I also know about that is quickly attacked by the enemy. And we're going to talk about how from these early beginnings in America of people who in many ways were very much like us, things have gotten to be what they are now. And isn't that an incredible thing when you think about it? What a change has happened in that period of time. Well, by the next century, they had built up quite a civilization in America. There were people of a number of different Christian faiths. However, there was no significant presence of Buddhists, Hindus, Muslims, and very few Jews even. At least Jews that knew they were Jews. This was a Christian enterprise, the building of America. It was a Christian enterprise. This is the Liberty Bell, and we've talked about this before. It has a quote directly from the Torah. Proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. They believed in freedom. That's why they came to America, and that's why America became America. Because they believed in freedom. Freedom to express your own spiritual beliefs, freedom to practice the scriptures according to your conscience, and other kinds of personal freedom. How significant was this to the founding of America? It was not incidental to the founding of America. It wasn't like Christianity was one of many different religions that had input into the founding of America. When you look at the founding documents, when you look at the statements of the first patriots, some of them listed here, what you see is that the new republic And this form of Christianity that we're talking about now, freedom-loving Christianity, the two things were totally dependent on one another, totally involved with one another. For instance, James Madison, one of the framers of the Constitution, said, "We have staked the whole future of our new nation not upon the power of government, far from it. We've staked the future of all our political constitutions upon the capacity of each of ourselves to govern ourselves according to the moral principles of the 10 Commandments." Not the Holy Quran, friends. Okay? Not some other religious idea. They weren't all equal in the eyes of the founders. And the reason for that was simple. Because they saw in the 10 Commandments, they saw in the rest of the commandments of the Scriptures, the Creator's prescription as to how we are to live and how we are to interact with one another. And they realized that if people weren't living by that, they would not act in a way that would lead to a successful nation. So from the very beginning, this was understood by the founders of the United States of America. And nobody seems to remember that very much anymore. And what we've seen happen, of course, is a decline, even among Christians, in taking the 10 Commandments seriously, in taking the rest of the commandments seriously, in living according to the Scriptures. We've seen that all diminish. And along with that, we've seen the country more and more diminished, seeking into corruption, depravity, and soon into ruin. That's where things have gone, and I believe that's because the framers of the Constitution were right. That it all did depend upon the quality of the people keeping the commandments of God. Well, let's talk about the progression of things that got us to where we're at. Here's something you can find online, and it has to do with religion and the founding of the American Republic. Now, almost always, when you're talking about this period of time, early America, the word religion is the same as Christianity. That's what they mean when they say religion, because there weren't any other religions. So that's what that really means. But you know what? They don't want to say that. They don't want to say Christianity and the founding of the American Republic. They want it to be religion. Why is that? All-inclusive, right? They want it to be all-inclusive. It doesn't matter that it was the Pilgrims. If it had been a group of Muslims, you would have had the same country. That's what they would like you to think. It's not the truth. If it had been a group of Hindus, you'd have the same country. No, I don't think so. No. The thing about the Christians that was different is because they had a brand new Bible in their own language. And they were reading it, and they were studying it, and they said, okay, this is the truth. And this is the kind of country we want. That's what was happening. They weren't perfect. I'm not saying they were perfect. But you couldn't have had this country without them and the mindset they had about the Scriptures. And it's interesting what it says in this history source. The colonies that in 1776 became the United States of America were settled by men and women of deep religious convictions. It also says, a religious people rose in rebellion against Great Britain in 1776. How could they do that? It's because they believed in freedom. That's how they could do that. And it says American statesmen shared the convictions of most of their constituents that religion, that is Christianity, was indispensable to the maintenance of Republican institutions. In other words, if you don't have good people, you're not going to have a good government. They knew that. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand that. If we don't have a good government today, what does that say about our people? What does that say about Christianity? Go back to the source, go back to the founders, and you can see what's really wrong and how we got where we're at. Well, we have some more history. This is now after the 1700s, going into the 1800s. During this period, religion was already like an ever-present thing in the 1700s, okay? They say that in the 1800s, it was in the ascension. It was a rising vitality in the country. And it's because one of the reasons was there was what's called the Great Awakening. And this was a huge movement of the Holy Spirit throughout America, throughout all of the Christian countries of Europe, where people were getting saved and people were coming to the Son of God, and it was really literally changing the world. As a matter of fact, this is what actually put the end to slavery, was the Great Awakening. Because people became awake to the gospel, and then they realized they could not treat their African brothers like that. That's what really happened. And that's what brought things to the point in America, really, where this became a major issue in the Civil War. It's interesting what else it says here. The Great Awakening swept the English-speaking world. In America, the awakening signaled the advent of an encompassing evangelicalism. The belief that the essence of religious experience was the new birth inspired by the preaching of the Word. This is what it was. They became aware of the indwelling Holy Spirit and how that can change you and enable you to be a disciple. This is what happens when you leave the big show. You start to find the reality that can really change you and motivate your life and turn you into the person you are meant to be. That's what was sweeping the world in the 1800s. Well, it goes on and says the revolution strengthened millennialist strains in American theology. Some ministers were persuaded America might become the principal seat of the glorious kingdom which Christ shall erect upon earth in the latter days. So here's, I believe, where they went wrong. Because they were seeing America as Yahweh's special nation, where the kingdom would come into the world. But that's not what his word says. This is why they had to think of themselves as the new Israel. Because Yahweh has a covenant with a nation, the nation of Israel, through which he will bring the kingdom into the world. So they really put their marbles on the wrong number. And that just was never going to come up. That's the truth of it. And that has thrown off a lot of believers. There's a lot of people who do believe in the coming kingdom of Messiah who think that's directly connected with America. And I believe there's a lot of Americans that will be a part of that, but they're individual people. It's not the country. Unfortunately, the country is one of the 70. It's among the 70 nations that rejected Yahweh. And we see all kinds of evidence of that around us every day. But at that particular time, when there were so many believers in America, and they had vanquished the British in what seemed to them a miraculous victory, they really felt as if they were God's special nation, one nation under God. And you can understand that feeling, even though that has proved not to be true. This article also says the religion of the Republic was evangelicalism, which between 1800 and the Civil War was the grand absorbing theme of American religious life. Now, I bet a lot of the folks out there don't even know that. We hear today a lot about evangelicalism. Churches say we're an evangelical church. A lot of times we don't even know what that means. Well, this is where it started in the 1800s with this great awakening, and there was this outreach to evangelize people to come and be believers. That's what evangelicalism is about. It says here that this emerged as a kind of national church or national religion. And that's exactly true. As a matter of fact, that evangelicalism, while there have been other streams of Christianity too, but that has been the dominant theme. That has been the dominant stream of Christianity, basically from that time well into the 20th century and even into the 21st century. But we're seeing that all coming to an end very quickly today. We're seeing evangelicalism losing its authority and losing its influence. We're going to talk more about that. And as it has declined, so has the moral compass of America declined. It says American patriots subscribed to the views of the founders that Christian religion was a necessary spring for Republican government. And the reason they thought that is Republican government is about the people ruling the government. If you don't have people that are equipped to rule the government, then what kind of government are you going to have? See, it just makes sense. And what they're really saying is that to have an effective government, you have to have people who are righteous. And the scriptures give us the standard of righteousness. They tell us how to live. So unless people are living like that, then you can't have anything but a corrupt government. They saw that back then, at the beginning of the country. That was known. That was the overriding opinion of pretty much everybody back then. 1861, Abraham Lincoln was inaugurated as president. And in his inauguration speech, he said what basically everybody agreed with. He said that the ultimate justice of the people would prevail, for there was no better or equal hope in the world. They believed America was the great hope of the world. People in my lifetime believed that. That's becoming less and less of a popular idea anymore. He also said intelligence, patriotism, Christianity. Now, this is the president mentioning Christianity and a firm reliance on him who has never yet forsaken this favored land are still competent to adjust in the best way all our present difficulty. You know, he wasn't afraid of bringing Christianity into solving their political problems. What's wrong with him? Didn't he know about the separation of church and state? Or do you think maybe the separation of church and state as we perceive it today did not exist then? Don't you think that's more likely, considering what he said? The whole point he's saying is that God, in other words, would support America, whose Christian virtues would bring solutions to America's problems. They were depending on good Christians to solve the problems. Well, what actually happened? It wasn't but a month later, and the Civil War broke out. And the truth is, all the good Christians on both sides were unable to solve these problems peaceably between one another. And there was just a tremendous breach in the country. Even today, people argue about it. Some people say this was all about slavery. Other people say, no, it wasn't. It was all about states' rights. And it depends on the historian that you read as to what the truth is. But what we do know about it is that an amazing number of people died in our country, brother against brother, people of the same Christian faith killing other people of the same Christian faith by the thousands. And this left a deep scar in America. The Civil War and its aftermath left the American church deeply divided and poorly prepared for the rise of its greatest modern challenge. What I'm saying is, the Civil War broke that sense of brotherhood that had existed prior to the Civil War among evangelical Christianity across the country. And the Civil War, bringing death into so many families, destruction to so many, brought with it bitterness, anger, pain, political struggle, injustice, and incredible changes. Some of those changes were good, but the entire experience was really quite soul-wrenching for the country and for the Christian church in America. And so the focus of the Christian church in America during these times was really not on the kingdom, not so much on the scriptures. It was all about dealing with all of this misery from the Civil War. And this left the church not in a good position to deal with what Satan was doing. Because you know what? Just before the Civil War broke out, this book was published. The Origin of Species by Charles Darwin, published in 1859. This was an egghead book, right? Most people didn't even notice that this book was published. And it talked about something called natural selection. The church totally missed this. Now, here's another thing that was in the book. It says, preservation of favored races in the struggle for life. You know what? When you hear about the origin of species today, they always leave that part out of the title. Why do you think? Because it's a racist book. It's a racist book. And evolution is a racist doctrine. And this was published just before the Civil War for a reason. Because it was published to justify calling one race better than another race on so-called scientific grounds. You'll never hear anybody tell you that evolution had anything to do with the Civil War or with upholding slavery. Look at the title. Read the book. That's what it's really about. We use it in a different way now. It's just an excuse for us now to put away our Creator and to think of ourselves as animals that basically arose according to some natural process with no input from a Creator. The injection of this idea of evolution into the American stream of thought was a major thing that got missed. What had been established was a republic based on the idea that human beings are created in the image of God with unalienable rights and a right to freedom, and that all men are created equal with these God-endowed rights. And now, this idea was put forward, evolution, based on something called survival of the fittest. And this is nothing more than the law of the jungle. The strongest dominate. This is the law of nature that they're putting forward. And they have a right to dominate because you have to assume might makes right. So whoever is dominating, they must be better. They must be smarter. They must be stronger. That's the idea of evolution. All of the elite believe this. They think they are in their elite position with all their money, all their power, because somehow they are better. And they deserve to be in that position. And there is no better excuse in the world for despotism and tyranny than evolution. And that's where it absolutely has to end up. But you see, along with these principles, evolutionists also believe that humanity is basically good. So as we evolve, we're going to get better. And we're not going to become despots and tyrants. How dumb is that? When you look at the flow of history, that somehow we're going to hit this magic tipping point when everybody's going to be nice. Don't depend on that. And indeed, what has happened as this has taken hold and belief in the Bible has been declining. In my lifetime, I saw this. Bible reading, prayer, barred from the schoolroom. Abortions of unborn babies. Made legal, the law of the land, and even paid for by the government. And since that happened, over 50 million unborn babies have been mercilessly murdered in America. That is a heap of blood guilt in this country. So it's not surprising the 10 Commandments have been removed from the courtrooms. Personally, I'm glad. If they're going to act like that, I'd rather not have the 10 Commandments there, because that's not what they're going by. And then, of course, we're seeing this incredible slide into perversions of every kind. And what once was freedom to worship God according to His Word has now turned into license for every despicable kind of behavior under the sun. So this is where we're at today. The ascendancy of evolution and the decline of Christianity brought us to this. There's a website called Church Leaders that had a very interesting article, and I have condensed some of it. And I want to tell you that the author of this article specifically says that he's not bashing the church in these points. And so I have to think he's still feeling loyal to the church. So I don't want to misrepresent this website and the author of this website as holding my point of view. But I will show you what he had to say, and then we'll talk about our own conclusions of what that means. The theme of his article is 10 surprising reasons our kids leave church. And in his introduction, he points out that 70% of youth stop attending church when they graduate high school. Now, I ask you, how long can any institution continue when 70% of the young people leave that institution when they get high school age? How long can that last? Well, that is a huge hemorrhage. You know, if these kids were blood in your body, going out at this rate, how long would it take you to be dead? Not long, would it? You would bleed out very quickly. Well, he says, we all know them, the kids who were raised in church. They were stars of the youth group. They maybe even sang in the praise band or led worship. And then they graduated from high school and they leave church. What happened? That's how a lot of church people feel, a lot of the older ones. They always see this happening with the young people. They might even be involved with the church, but then they get high school age and they're gone. And you look at any church crowd and you look for the faces of the young people. You're not going to find them, or many of them. So this is a big concern that is being raised here. So what are these 10 surprising reasons that he gives? Well, realize he got these answers by actually going to some of these kids and asking them why they left. He did his own survey of these kids to come up with these answers. And this is kind of presented like a top 10 list, okay? So we're going to start with number 10 and move towards number 1. Number 10, the church is relevant. Now, a lot of times people would think the church is not relevant. But he's saying, no, the church is relevant. And he explains that we've taken a historic 2,000-year-old faith, dressed it in jeans, and tried to sell it as cool to our kids. What we're packaging is a cheap knockoff of the world we're called to evangelize. What can you say? This is a church leader saying this. And this is what the kids are seeing. You know, all of that stuff of giving them the rock music and all the latest fashions and keeping up with the times, all of that. They think that's going to help them retain the young people, and it's actually turning off the young people. Number 9, they never attended church to begin with. From a Noah's Ark themed nursery to pizza parties and rock concerts, many evangelical youth have been coddled in a not quite church but not quite world hothouse. So they never experienced church in the sense of what the scriptures say the assembly of believers should be. Instead, what they got is a steady stream of entertainment. You know, recently I got an advertisement at my home from one of the churches in the area. And they wanted to attract me and my family to their church. They don't know who I am. I read through that. I couldn't even find a mention of the Son of God. It was all about all their different kinds of programs, all their entertainment. And that's what was supposed to attract me to their church. And I think that's quite typical of what is going on. Number 8, they get smart. The agnostics and atheists treat our youth as intelligent, which is to say, for the most part, Christians don't treat them as intelligent. And so they're attracted to what the agnostics and atheists are saying. Now, I would just like to speak to this for a minute, and I would like to tell you that the agnostics and atheists don't have something better to give these kids than what you can find in the Word of God. But since most of these churches don't even teach the kids the Word of God, they've got nothing with which to fight that. Number 7, he's saying here, I think to the parents as well as the church leaders, you sent them out unarmed. Let's just be honest. Most of our churches are sending youth into the world embarrassingly ignorant of our faith. If you don't even know the first thing about what you're supposed to believe, how are you going to stand up against attacks from unbelievers? Number 6, you gave them hand-me-downs. You've tried your best to pass along the internal, subjective faith that you feel. At college, the church loses out to things with much greater appeal to the feelings of human nature. You see how that works? If all you give your kids is some kind of feeling about God, if it's all just about feelings, when they go out into the world and their feelings are stimulated by other things, why do they need the church? Community. Have you noticed this word is everywhere in the church? When our kids leave home, they leave the manufactured community. A lot of times they actually have a lot more community, for instance, at college, than they ever experienced in church, because he uses the term manufactured community. That's what a lot of it is. Number 4, they found better feelings. Rather than an external, objective, historical faith, we've given our youth an internal, subjective faith. When they leave home, they get the same warm fuzzies from the latest life coach, etc. And you know, even on TV, if you can bring yourself to watch one of these presentations by one of these televangelists, and I'm not recommending you do, okay, but I've done it, and then what you get is something like Tony Robbins or somebody like that. It's the same sort of positive thinking kind of message. That's what you get so often from the pulpits of the Christian church. Well, you know, you don't need the church to have that. Go to a Tony Robbins event. You know, you're going to get that without all the guilt, without feeling like you're not measuring up or whatever. Number 3, they got tired of pretending. In the Best Life Now, every day of Friday world of evangelicals, there's little room for depression, struggle, or doubt. So they trumpet the message, the church is full of hypocrites. Yes, in a lot of churches, you're not really allowed to have a negative thought. You're not allowed to have a frown on your face. Everybody's supposed to be smiling all the time. You're supposed to be happy all the time. And you know what? A lot of young people come to the conclusion that's not authentic. That's not real human beings. You know, if you hit your thumb with a hammer, chances are you might say a few words you otherwise wouldn't say. That happens. That's part of life in this world. And young people, they see how very often Christianity appears on its outer veneer, but they have seen what it really is, and they see a big gap between the two. Number 2, this was interesting. It says they know the truth. But it's not talking about the same truth I'm talking about, okay? It says the truth they know is this. They can't do it. They know it. All that be nice moralism they've been taught boils down to do, don't do. And you know, that's very interesting because the Christian church makes a big deal out of you don't have to keep the law. But you know what they do? They invent their own law. They have all their own do's and don'ts. Many times they have their own dress code. Doesn't come out of the scriptures. It came out of somebody's head, right? They have their own standards. Constant do's and don'ts. And so even though they talk about grace, from the standpoint of the kids, it's all do's and don'ts until it makes them feel like, you know what, I just can't do that. That's what he's saying. And he goes on here, they either think that they're good people since they don't do any of the stuff that the denomination teaches against. I'm okay. I don't need the church. I'm doing all the stuff. Or they realize that they don't meet Jesus' own words of what is required. Now that's more serious, isn't it? They actually have read the word. They've actually seen what it says. And they say, oh, I can never do that. He says there's no rest in this law, only a treadmill of works they know they're not able to meet. I think that's a big one. I think that's a very big one. And now we get to number 1. They don't need it. If church is simply a place to learn life application principles to achieve a better life in community, you don't need a crucified Jesus for that. As we jettisoned the gospel, our students were never hit with the full impact of the law. Their sin before God and their desperate need for the atoning work of Christ. That is relevant, that is authentic, and that is something the world cannot offer. Our kids leave because we have failed to deliver to them the faith delivered once for all to the saints. Now, I would respectfully say, if the writer here actually believes what he's saying, that we have failed to deliver to our children and therefore to others as well, the faith delivered once for all to the saints, then is he not actually saying our church is in apostasy? What's he still doing there? Right? What is he still doing there? He should be doing what all these kids are doing. He should get out. Not to abandon Messiah. but to separate himself from something that's not the authentic gospel. Isn't that true? And look at what he's saying. The big problem of the church is they never taught the law. What? Can you believe that? How many times have you heard Christians, especially Christian leaders and pastors, say, we're not under the law? They say that all the time. It's their major mantra, right? Here is a pastor that's saying, hey, we didn't teach them the law. So they don't know they're sinners. We don't make that mistake here. We probably have our problems, but I'll tell you this, we teach the Torah. But he doesn't even get all of what the Torah is about, just going by this statement. Yes, it is to convict us of sin, but it is also telling us how we should live. And you know what? Those believers that landed at Plymouth Rock, they knew that. And they knew that the Spirit was given to us to help us live righteous lives according to the commandments of God. That we have what we need to be able to keep His commandments. I wonder if the church had actually taught all of these young people the Torah and taught them how the Spirit can help them to keep the Torah. And if they had actually experienced what it is to walk in victory in keeping His commandments, I wonder if you'd still have 70% leaving the church. I don't think you would. We have a lot of wonderful young people connected with us who love the Torah and love who they're becoming because they're learning the Torah. You know, just because something looks hard is not the easy way, doesn't make it the best way to go. Just making everything easy on people. That is not the message of Yeshua Messiah. But that seems to be the message of the Christian church. And you know, where does this all take us? It takes us to this. The big show. The big show. How are we going to attract the young people? How are we going to keep them? We need the rock music. We need the colored lights, right? We need the emotional excitement. Well, I like a good show as much as anybody, but I'll tell you this, it's not going to make you a disciple of Yeshua Messiah. And these young people are figuring that out. This is the face of the church system in America, the mega church. That's where everything is going. In fact, small country churches that are probably more like the assemblies in the scriptures are being shut down as their people are being sucked into this. It's happening on a huge level. I like some of these things I found. If your pastor is wealthier than the people he serves, you should wonder, is he here to help us or are we here to help him? Look at some of these salaries. Kenneth Copeland, $655,000 a year. Can you believe it? Can you imagine one of the apostles, saying, I really need a salary of $650,000 a year. Can you imagine it? What would they do if they ever had that money? You absolutely know what they would do with it, right? It would go back to the kingdom. John Hagee, fellow Texan, $1 million a year. Now, the list goes on. It's down to Joel Osteen, unspecified millions. You can't even know how much he's making, all right? But it's a lot. Trust me. It's a lot. Well, is this anything like authentic belief, authentic faith? The young people know this. Some of them, they're drawn in for a while. But you know what? They can get the same vibes from going to a rock concert. In fact, they think it's a lot more fun. So why do they need this? And then what they would point out to you, what about all these guys and many more? All the church leader scandals. Why is it that there's so many of these mega church leaders and televangelists that end up doing unspeakable things that they preached against? And what effect is that having on the credibility of the message? And then we have this. You know what? As society changes, the churches can't get in line fast enough with the way the world is changing. And it's amazing, if they use the scriptures at all, how they twist the scriptures to try and accommodate what the world is doing. And this is what you find out there. So many churches who are just following after the world. Well, my thought again is, why do you need these churches? If that's the life you want to live, why do you have to have one of these churches? Just go to a gay pride parade or something, right? You don't need that if that's what you're after. So, when we look at the state of the church today in America, and probably a lot of other places, because America is kind of a leader in the world. What does this tell us about God? Does this really tell us who He is? Is this His fault that this is what's happening? Well, when we look to the Word, we have the answer. In Deuteronomy, which happens to be part of that law that the church seems to miss quite a bit, it says, the rock, His work is perfect, for all His ways are just. A God of faithfulness and without injustice, righteous and upright is He. You see, He doesn't change. His word doesn't change. He's not responsible for all of this. The next verse tells us where to find the blame. It says, they have acted corruptly toward Him. They are not His children because of their own defect. They are a perverse and crooked generation. Now, when the scriptures say a perverse and crooked generation, we have to ask the question, according to what standard? And when you see that this is coming directly from the law, it means they are a perverse and crooked generation. In other words, they have veered off, they have crooked off from that true way of His commandments. They have gone wrong. They have left His eternal justice and righteousness, following a different way. That's what it means by a perverse and crooked generation. It's not just one person that did it. It's a whole generation of people who otherwise might be considered his children, but they're not his children because of this defect of having turned away from him. And so you see it in Christianity, which, despite the megachurches, is declining rapidly. As I'm saying, if 70% of the young people are leaving the church when they get out of high school, how long can the church last? And I can give you the answer. It can last until the old people like me all die away, right? Because there won't be many to step in and take over as the generation ages. And even now, the real relevance in society of the Christian church has fallen so low that, in fact, it's a joke. Society thinks of it as a joke. That's the truth of it. Whereas once, it was held in high esteem. That's where things really are. And it's going to move from being a joke to being held in absolute hatred and disdain, as it is by many people already. That's where it's all going. And as that happens, believe me, it'll only speed up how quickly people are leaving a sinking ship. That's the truth of it. Well, if this is all true about the Christian church, you might wonder, what must I do so that I will not share in the judgment of the apostate church? Because surely you know, if this church is misrepresenting God, there has to be judgment, right? So, if you're a part of it, you have to think that some of that could come your way. Well, in fact, in the first century, that's exactly what was going on then. But then, it was the Jewish religious system that had become apostate. That's what had happened. And when Peter presented the truth and the facts to many of the people from that system that were gathered together, they responded. Here's that information. Now, when they heard this, they were cut to the heart and said to Peter and the rest of the emissaries, "Brothers, what shall we do?" They saw their sin. They saw they were connected with something that was sinful before God. They wanted to know what to do. I think that's a real good question for right now with the Christian church, isn't it? What shall we do? Peter said to them, "Repent." Now, the word repent literally means turn around. Don't keep going in the same way. Turn around into the right way. That's what it means. And be immersed, every one of you, in the name of Yeshua, the Messiah, for the forgiveness of sins. Now, let me tell you that those Jews were in a covenant with God. They were believers in that sense. And yet, they needed to be immersed in Yeshua Messiah. You may be a Christian. Maybe you were immersed in some church that is an apostate church. Be immersed in the name of Yeshua Messiah. Repent of all that and become a disciple. Save yourselves from this crooked generation. Well, here's why this is becoming so urgent. We have the question, what will happen to the church system? she is morphing into Babylon the Great of the Scriptures. That's what's happening. Revelation 17 speaks of this in prophetic language. I saw a woman dressed in purple and scarlet, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having in her hand a golden cup full of abominations and the sexual immorality of the earth. And on her forehead a name was written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of the prostitutes and the abominations of the earth. You can follow this strand all the way back to the 2nd century, but especially in the 4th century with the crystallization of the Roman Church. It's the big show and not the reality. That is Babylon the Great. The purple and scarlet, the gold, the precious stones, the glitz. That's what Babylon the Great is, and not the substance. The scripture says, fallen is Babylon the Great, and she's become a habitation of demons, a prison of every unclean spirit. That's what you find there, friends. Demons and unclean spirits. For all the nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her sexual immorality. The kings of the earth committed sexual immorality with her, and the merchants of the earth grew rich from the abundance of her luxury. That is the Christian church and all of the daughter churches. It goes on here with a call. A serious call when we consider the days, when we realize that we are deep into the last days. The corruption of the church, the apostasy of the church, as well as what we see in the corruption of the world around us, and so many of the signs, all show that we are drawing closer, closer, closer to the end of this age, so that this call must be louder and clearer. Come out of her, my people, that you have no participation in her sins, and that you don't receive of her plagues. If you studied the Torah, you would know there is such a thing as responsibility, community responsibility. That if you are part of a community that you are giving your energies to, that does evil in the sight of God, that you share in that responsibility. That is a fundamental principle of Scripture. And that is why the Word tells us, come out of her, my people. It's saying my people because there are still many who are his people that are in Babylon. And friends, you need to get out of there. You need to leave the big show. You need to get on with being a disciple of Yeshua Messiah. That's what this is telling us. For her sins have reached to the sky, and God has remembered her iniquities. Therefore, in one day, her plagues will come. Death, mourning, and famine, and she will be utterly burned with fire. For the Lord God who has judged her is strong. Now, the Christian church is living in a fantasy. They believe that despite all of the sins of the Christian church from its beginning to this day, that somehow they are special. And they will not have to pay the price for that. and that instead they're going to be raptured away to heaven. They are going to dodge the bullet. And let me tell you something that is absolutely a fairy tale and a fantasy. It's not going to happen. What I tell you by the Word of God, what is going to happen is that the Christian church is going to completely morph into this evil organization, Babylon the Great, which is going to fully crystallize during the Great Tribulation period for the wicked thing that it is. Because it started out with a wicked spirit, rebellious against God, and that is going to come to its absolute completion during the tribulation period. It will be clearly seen by all, and that is when Babylon will be destroyed in one day. Totally come to an end in one day. When that day comes, don't be anywhere near it. And why wait till then to get out? Why wait? Why would you do that? When you leave the big show, friends, you're leaving Babylon. Come out of Babylon. Now you might be wondering, when I leave Babylon, where am I going to go? Because, people get pretty dependent on the big show. Everybody, well, a lot of folks like being spoon-fed, right? They can't really think about being out there on their own. How are they going to handle that? So they ask the question, where will I go? The answer is join the remnant. The scriptures tell us about a righteous remnant that will arise, that will come out of the apostasy in the last days. And it's happening right now. The book of Revelation tells us who they are. Revelation 14:12. Here is the patience of the holy ones. Who are the holy ones, the set apart ones, the remnant? Those who keep the commandments of God and the faith of Yeshua. Keep the commandments, keep the faith, the two things. And that they're not contradictory, that they go together. That's how it is for the remnant. That's who the remnant are. That is who needs to come out of Babylon to gather together with others of the remnant in real community to keep the commandments of God and the faith of Yeshua. So, it's really pretty simple, and I know that some of this might challenge some of the things you were taught in the church system. But they're not going to teach you things that have to do with their own destruction. They don't believe that, right? They can't even accept that that could happen. And the truth is, it has to happen because God does not change. They'll tell you in a heartbeat that God judged the nation of Israel because they were unfaithful to him. Why doesn't that apply to the church? Right? And if he did that with Israel, why isn't it sure that he's going to do that with the church? Isn't that absolutely certain? Do you have to be a rocket scientist to understand that? Come and see what we've got. Come to our website. You can register free. There's no obligation, and it's a very simple sign-up. That's at zion.net, TSIYON.net. This is how you become a free member. Now, being a free member simply means now you have access to a lot of information. And once you get in there, we have a free seminar there for you about the book of Daniel. And if you watch that seminar, you're going to find out all about what's going on. You're going to watch that seminar and you're going to say, oh, well, that's why that's happening. And a lot that seems really crazy to you right now that's happening in the world around you is going to become very clear very quickly. You're going to find a lot of information that is going to help you grow as a follower of Yeshua Messiah. And of course, you're going to be able to decide whether or not this is the place for you, whether this is really meeting your needs, whether there's something authentic here, something more substantial for your faith as a believer than the big show. So just come, give it a try, and see if it doesn't help you along the way. I get a little animated about these things because you know what? I'm really feeling the urgency of all of this. I just have to tell you the truth. I'm very concerned about a lot of the believers, the ones that the book of Revelation calls my people, his people, that are still trapped in the Babylon system. And I know that the sooner that you separate yourself from that and get on the road, the narrow road, the better off things are going to be for you. The better things are going to work for you. And I so want that for you. So if you can hear me, come and give this a chance and join us. Leaving the big show.
Isn't the world around us going insane? Do you want to return to sanity and establish order in your life? Return to the sturdy foundation that Yahweh established in the beginning. Torah is the foundation. It is Yah's standard of righteousness that He established in the beginning. In the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, we are introduced to our Creator. We learn who He is and what His name is and what it means. His moral standard, His ways as a person, how He interacts with His people, and what He wants from us. Join Eliyahu ben David in this rich verse-by-verse study of the Torah and bring sanity back to your life. If you would like to listen to these vital programs, you can hear them for free on our radio station at tsiyon.org or download the Zion Road radio app and listen on your mobile device. You can also find our station on the TuneIn radio app for iOS and Android devices. Or become a Torah Club member at zion.net, that is tsiyon.net, for only $12 a month, and gain full access to the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash program archives in MP3 format. Join us this Sabbath for the Eliyahu ben David Bet Midrash and bring order back to your life.
When you call upon the name of Yahweh, you'll be saved. Call upon His holy name in the last days. Upon the name of Yahweh, you'll be saved. Father will hear your cry and answer you from on high. When you call upon
Our message is about hope. I like this picture. It reminds me of what hope really is. Imagine yourself perhaps on a sailing vessel. Your ship is caught in the perfect storm. The wind, the waves, the clouds, the driving rain all obscure your vision as your ship is tossed about on the waters. You don't know where you are. You don't know what's happening. You're just trying to keep your ship afloat when you're thrown crashing against the crags. Your ship immobilized. You're stuck there. What will you do? You know, if you are thrown overboard, the ocean will swallow you up, and perhaps you will soon be smashed against the rocks, losing your life. And yet the ship is breaking up. Soon you'll have nothing left to cling to. Can you imagine that desperate feeling you would have? But as you look out across the horizon, you see a light dimly in the distance. You're not that far from the shore. But in these conditions, you couldn't possibly swim. You hear a crack in the night. You hear a harpoon whizzing through the air. And you hear it hit its mark on the side of your ship. As you look, soon you see a cord stretched out between your ship and the safety of the shoreline. You take a hold of the cord, but then you think, I can't do this. I know this cord goes to safety on the other side, but the wind, the waves, the rocks, it's too much for me to make it across. What will you do? As you watch, you see a figure beginning to come towards you, holding on to that cord, getting closer and closer, taking a hold of you, lifting you up, and carrying you. You are rescued as you hold on to that cord with dear life. What is that? We're talking about hope. That's what hope is like. Hope is like that cord, like that lifeline, the only thing that connects you to safety. When do you think about hope? We never think about hope, or very little, when everything is fine. In fact, a lot of times we are living in a dream. We think we're secure. We think everything is safe. That is, until the storm comes and shipwrecks us against the rocks. That's when we think about hope, when the crisis comes. Shouldn't we think about hope before that happens? Tikva is the Hebrew word translated as hope. What it really means is a cord. It's a lifeline that you can hold on to. So it is figuratively hope. We all need something we can hang on to. Let's talk about Israel. Israel set sail at Mount Sinai. Now, you might think Israel set sail when they left Egypt, but that's not really what happened. Israel was rescued. And it was at Mount Sinai that Israel was truly organized into a nation. This is when Israel received its national mission and was put on its way, launched into the world to accomplish its mission. What is Israel's national mission? Well, here's some things listed in the scriptures. First, from Exodus 19, where Israel is offered the opportunity to enter into a covenant with Yahweh. Be the unique possession of Yahweh in the earth. Totally different, set apart from every other nation. Be a kingdom of priests, a holy nation. Other verses fill this picture out and tell us that Israel's mission is to be a light to the nations, a leader leading the way in truth, to bring Yahweh's salvation to the world is part of Israel's mission. To actually be His glory in the earth in human flesh. That's a tall order. How could any nation possibly fulfill such a mission? Yahweh said how? Obey His voice and keep His covenant. Doesn't sound too hard. Israel set out from that point. They were very confident as they set out on their mission. They were organized by Yahweh to actually be able to accomplish their mission. But it wasn't very long at all before trouble started setting in. And you know, they had moments of glory. They had wonderful times in their history where they were rising up towards that mission, and then they would fall off and never quite get there, never quite complete their national mission. And as time went by, that mission seemed to become very dim in their minds, and they became more concerned with themselves, with what they wanted, and not very concerned at all about their national mission. Where did this lead them? National shipwreck. Pretty soon they were in the very position we were talking about as we started talking about this, right? Their glorious ship that was going to take them to the fulfillment of their mission was crashed upon the rocks. And it seemed like fulfilling their mission was going to be impossible. What am I talking about? I'm talking about what happened to the nation. First, they were split in two. Then, the northern kingdom, which was the 10-tribe kingdom of Israel, immediately sank into the worst possible apostasy and idolatry. And though Yahweh allowed hundreds of years to pass, there was not one righteous king throughout that entire administration of Israel. And they just got worse and worse. They were warned by the prophets to turn around, but they wouldn't. They lost all sight of their national mission and even of their personal mission of obeying the covenant. They became so bad that just being in that land was an affront to the name of the only true God. And he sent the Assyrians to remove them off their land out of his sight. They did that. They deported the whole country, the northern kingdom of Israel, all the people. They deported off to locations in Assyria, far away from Israel. And as time went on, they were dispersed from there, literally, to the most distant parts of the world, where they became assimilated into the world, totally losing that precious legacy of theirs and that precious position and that precious treasure of the mission that they had been given. I wish I could say that the southern kingdom of Judah did much better. And you know, they did do a little better. They did have some righteous kings in the line of David, but not many, 4 or 5. And they did sink into apostasy also. So that eventually later on, they too were deported off of their land, this time by Babylon, where they lived in a foreign land. Later on, according to Yahweh's purpose, he allowed a remnant of them to return to the land. But it was only a small remnant. Most of them did not want to go back. Most of them wanted to live in Babylon or live in other parts of the world, and they too became scattered throughout the earth. And that small group, that remnant, they did rebuild so that there was a nation there when Yahweh chose to raise up the Messiah, Yeshua. But they weren't able to hold on to things long. They too, once again, sank into apostasy. They were again removed from their land and continued that way for many centuries. And most of them are still that way, assimilated into the world. This is a shipwreck, a national shipwreck. And just imagine this, the nation of Israel that had this wonderful mission scattered throughout all of the earth. What a hopeless situation that is. No one would ever believe that it would be possible to reverse a failure that total and complete. And yet, Israel does have hope. Think about it. Our mission. We were lost. Our mission was completely scuttled. What hope did we have? Even if we didn't know it, we were still his people. Even when we do the wrong thing, he knows who are his. That's why Jeremiah called him Yahweh, the hope of Israel. Is this something you can hang on to? Here's the prophecy: Yahweh, hope of Israel, All who forsake you shall be disappointed. Heal me, O Yahweh, and I will be healed. Save me, and I shall be saved. What we find is that we cannot heal ourselves. We cannot save ourselves. Nobody can. And this is what happened to Israel. And yet, there is still a lifeline, a cord to hang on to. And in a very real way, that's Yahweh himself, who simply would not let go of his people. Well, if salvation is to come from Yahweh, how would it come? What we find is the hope for salvation must be both personal salvation as well as national salvation. You know, it's kind of interesting. Some people say that their hope is in Messiah, and they may say it's the hope of heaven. Some who are better informed may say it's the hope of the resurrection at Messiah's coming. That's their hope. Well, that is not, of course, contrary to the Scriptures. There is a personal hope. But they might say to us, well, when you talk about the second Exodus and the remnant returning to the land, well, that is another hope. And there can only be one hope. And that is where they're wrong. Because there has to be a personal hope, but that does not do away with our national mission. And Yahweh is not going to allow us to fail. As his nation, we still need his salvation. And we need to succeed. We need to fulfill his national mission. So, that is why we have a personal hope and we have a national hope. Let's look and see how those two things are in Scripture and how those two things really go together. First, our personal hope. And of course, we know that our personal hope is in Yeshua Messiah. The prophet Jeremiah prophesied about this. And you know, when you read the context in Jeremiah 31, it's very interesting because it is in the context of the failure of Israel. The failure of Israel to keep the covenant. And the punishment that would come upon Israel because of that and being scattered throughout the earth. And Jeremiah gives the solution. First of all, as personal salvation. This is what we read in Jeremiah 31 through 34. Behold, the days come, says Yahweh, that I will make a renewed covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. Now, there's two things I want to say here. The renewed covenant is not made with some Gentile group. And the renewed covenant is not made with the Jews alone. What this is telling us, the renewed covenant is with the house of Israel scattered through the world as they may be, and with the house of Judah as well. And what is unique about this covenant? Well, they broke the covenant that was written in black and white. Yahweh says, I will put my Torah in their inward parts and in their heart I will write it. What a difference. What a difference. A complete change of heart. A desire to want to keep his covenant. To want to hear his voice and do what he says. To want to obey him. A new heart. Think about it. And he says, they shall all know me. Now think about that. It's not just about words on a page anymore. It's about everybody. Everybody, every Israelite, personally knowing the living God. And it offers this provision: I will forgive their iniquity, and their sin will I remember no more. It was sin that got them in this predicament, but the renewed covenant was going to provide for forgiveness and a new heart and a new way forward. Well, of course, that's what Messiah is all about, right? He came, he said the night before his death, as he took the cup and gave thanks, he says, all of you drink it, for this is my blood of the renewed covenant, which is poured out for many for the remission of sins. Personal salvation. You have to have personal salvation before you can have national salvation, because what is a nation made up of? Individual people, right? So, Yahweh knows exactly what we need. He is the hope of Israel, and he made the way through the renewed covenant, through Yeshua Messiah, for us to receive the personal salvation that we need. But you know what? As is so characteristic of him, he went beyond. He went beyond what we would ever expect. What I'm talking about, of course, is offering that same salvation to the Gentiles. This is what Paul said to the Gentiles of their former condition, having no hope and without God in the world. Now, the Gentiles had hope in their idols. They had hope in their philosophies, or so they thought until they needed it. But the truth is, that hope was no hope at all, because it was hope without God. They were not much different than people today. You know, people today think all good people go to heaven. This is where they got the idea from, those very people, those Gentile pagans. They're the ones with the idea about going to heaven. No, all good people don't go to heaven. There has to be a cord to hang on to gain salvation. And that cord is Yeshua Messiah. Through putting faith in him, even the Gentiles could become fellow citizens with the holy ones and the household of God, being grafted in to Israel through faith in Messiah. So now those who had no hope, they have personal hope also, right? Hope of salvation. This is called, in Titus chapter 2, the blessed hope. Blessed and holy is he who has part in the first resurrection. Over these the second death has no power, but they will be priests of God and of Messiah, and will reign with him for 1,000 years. That's the blessed hope. And you know, the book of Revelation says they're going to reign on the earth. It doesn't fit in with that Greek idea of just kind of going off to heaven, your spirit just kind of going off to heaven. No, that's not the blessed hope. The blessed hope is the first resurrection. And what an amazing hope that is. You know what happened when Yeshua Messiah was raised from the dead? He ate fish with his disciples. They were able to touch him. They were able to talk with him. They identified it as really him. It was his body. In fact, he said, I'm not a spirit. He was in his body, but you know what? It was a different body, different kind of body, because it had been changed. It was the same body, but it had been glorified. It was a glorified body. And while he was in their midst and had completed his work with them, they watched as he ascended up into heaven until he was caught out of their vision by the clouds. His real body, they watched it ascend into heaven. And you know what? The scriptures say that when we're raised, we're going to be just like him. You're going to have a real body, your body, but it's going to be changed, and you're going to be just like him. Incorruptible, immortal. And your inner man will be changed because sin will be gone. And you will be suited to live with him forever. You will be suited to rule with him in his kingdom if you have the blessed hope and you are faithful to receive this wonderful prize of the first resurrection. Amazing. And you know what? It doesn't matter whether you started out as an Israelite or a Gentile. The blessed hope makes you an Israelite, either way. And you're going to rule from Jerusalem. I think that pretty much makes you a real Israelite too, doesn't it? So this is that personal salvation and that personal hope that we all need. And you know what? If I die right now, I miss the second Exodus. Heaven forbid that should happen. But if it should happen, this is my hope, and I can hang on to this hope. Because this is where I want to spend eternity. And what Yeshua Messiah showed me through what happened with him is that even death itself cannot prevent that, since Yahweh is the hope of Israel. Now that's something, isn't it? There's nothing in this world that can take that hope away from those who are hanging on to it. That's just such a wonderful thing to think about. But it affects how you live in this life. The scriptures say that everyone who has this hope set upon them make themselves pure as he is pure. What is that talking about? It's talking about having that Torah written in your heart. It's talking about striving to cleanse your life, to know him better, to live more closely to his commandments, to obey his word, to do his will. That's what it's talking about. That's what the attitude is of those who are looking forward to that blessed hope. Now, that we've got the personal issues settled, we can talk about Israel's national hope. And that involves the remnant return. We're back on track. Somehow, through Yeshua Messiah, our ship gets put back together again. The crew gets reassembled. We get a new vision. But it's the old vision. It's the mission that we had from the beginning. But we have a new heart in order to complete it. We have a hope. We know we're going to do it this time. And what is our mission? To be the unique possession of Yahweh in the earth. Listen to me. The state of Israel has not attained that. Why can I say that? Because while I am a supporter of the state of Israel during this present time, I also know that the state of Israel was not built by people who were seeking to do this. Many of them were atheists. Many of them still are. The state of Israel was not built by people who have had a renewed heart. And I don't say this to disparage them, because what they've done is a great thing and a great blessing for all of Israel. But nevertheless, it remains for Israel to rise up to truly be that unique people in the earth, to be a kingdom of priests and a holy nation in the world, to be a light to the nations, a light of truth, to bring his salvation to the world, and yes, to be his glory in the earth. Now, if we face facts, we have to say the church system has not done this. In many commentaries that you look at that talk about the mission of Israel, the commentaries will say that this has fallen to the Christian church. And yet, when we look at the history of the Christian church, do we find anything different than when we look at the history of ancient Israel? Is it not the same disobedience? Is it not all of the same kind of problems? And has the Christian church really succeeded in being his glory in the earth? Have they not had enough time to try that? I'm not saying they're not saved, but I am saying Israel's national mission is not their mission. And they've proven that long ago. Israel's national mission remains for Israel. But how will we accomplish it? To obey his voice, to keep his covenant. And that includes to return to the land. Because that's part of the Torah. That is in the Torah. It says that when we would repent, that's what we will do. Return to the land. This is what it's going to take to make the world see that the God of Israel is real. For us to return to the land. That is such an important part of our national mission. That's why Jeremiah says, really Yahweh says, there is hope for your latter end, says Yahweh. Your children shall come again to their own border. You know, even before we hit the rocks, Yahweh was already saying what our hope would be. But it would be in the latter end, in the last days, that it would happen. That's the promise for Israel. That is the lifeline we can hang on to. Let us hang on to that promise. Let us be determined to complete that mission. Well, here are a few other points. Hosea chapter 3, verse 4 and 5. For the sons of Israel shall live many days without king, without prince, and without sacrifice, and without sacred stone, and without ephod or idols. Afterward, the sons of Israel shall return and seek Yahweh, their Elohim, and David, their king, and shall come with trembling to Yahweh and to his blessings in the last days. This is something that has been reserved by Yahweh for this generation. That's why it's so important to us right now. That's why we need to focus on this, realizing that this is when it needs to happen in these last days. The scriptures tell us more about this, really much more than I can go into in just this message. He says, for behold, the days come, says Yahweh, that I will turn again the captivity of my people Israel and Judah. Now, you know what? A lot of the remnant of Israel scattered throughout the earth, they don't even know they're in captivity. They think they're actually natives of those places. And you know, regardless of what they think, they are captives. They're captives to the world. We are in captivity. And when you get a right mental attitude, when you're thinking like he thinks, you're going to start feeling those chains upon you. You're going to know that you are a captive. And these words will rise up in your heart as a hope. I will turn again the captivity of my people, Israel and Judah. Now look at that. Again, it's both Israel and Judah. It's not just the Jews. Yahweh used the Jews to open up the way to Israel. But this work isn't completed until it's both Israel and Judah that makes the return. Yahweh says, I will cause them to return to the land that I gave to their fathers, and they shall possess it. Now, this is amazing. It's amazing that the Jews are there, that there's a nation of Israel there today. But just imagine how amazing it's going to be when all of these Israelites, this scattered Israel from all the world, returns to Israel with a changed heart. What that's going to look like. Can you even imagine it? It's a miracle. Isaiah chapter 10. It shall come to pass in that day that the remnant of Israel, and such as have escaped of the house of Jacob, will never again depend on those who defeated them. That is the world. They're going to stop depending on the world, but will depend on Yahweh, the Holy One of Israel, in truth. Now, this makes the point that I'm trying to show you, that the remnant of Israel are people who are depending on the Holy One of Israel in truth. They are people who are regenerated, who are changed, who therefore are in the renewed covenant, who are believers in Messiah. This has not happened yet. It says, the remnant will return, the remnant of Jacob, to the mighty God. For though your people, O Israel, be as the sand of the sea, a remnant of them will return. Now, what is that telling us? It's telling us that not all of scattered Israel will return. It's going to be like what happened with Judah in Babylon. They didn't all return. A lot of them liked Babylon. A remnant returned. A faithful remnant. That's what's going to happen. It says, the destruction decreed shall overflow with righteousness. For the Lord Yahweh of hosts will make a determined end in the midst of all the earth. It's talking about the final generation. It's talking about the judgment that Yahweh is going to bring upon the nations. And before that happens, his remnant will return to the land. Here's another prophecy from Isaiah. It shall come to pass in that day that Yahweh shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people who are left. He will set up a banner for the nations and will assemble the outcasts of Israel and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. There will be a highway for the remnant of his people who will be left from Assyria. That's talking about the descendants of those captives who originally were taken into Assyria and were scattered to the four corners of the earth, where we are today. He says, as it was for Israel in the day that he came up from the land of Egypt. We're talking about a second exodus of the remnant from the four corners of the earth. A miracle that Yahweh has promised to do here in these last days. These are just a few verses. The prophets are loaded with these verses. You know, I find it very curious that there are millions of people who, as their hope, have a pre-trib rapture of the church. And really, there's not one prophetic verse that mentions such a pre-trib rapture. Yes, there will be a catching up at the return of Messiah, but there's nothing that talks about that before the tribulation happens. But this is all through the scriptures. There are so many verses that talk about the return of the remnant of Israel, and yet most people don't even know this is going to happen. I find that incredibly curious. But there's really nothing in Scripture, no doctrine you can point to that has more documentation in the Scriptures than this as the national hope of Israel. We absolutely know this will happen because there are so many verses where Yahweh tells us and assures us this will happen. Why do you think there are so many verses? Why are there so many passages? Because it's so impossible. Yahweh knew that people wouldn't believe it could happen. So that's why you have so many verses where he tells you it's going to happen. This is a lifeline for Israel to hang on to as their national hope. And you know, our national hope goes right along with our national mission. Those two things go together. Our national hope and our national mission. Our national mission is the reason for our national hope. And here's a prophecy from Ezekiel that gets right to the heart of it, that tells you what it's really all about, why this return is so important, why we need to fulfill this national mission. Yahweh says, my holy name will I make known in the midst of my people Israel. neither will I allow my holy name to be profaned anymore. And the nations shall know that I am Yahweh, the Holy One in Israel. You see, this is not primarily about us. This is about Him. He gave us this mission for the sake of His name in the world, that people would be able to see there's a people in this world that are different than the rest of the world. There are people that have something solid to hang on to. There are people that have Him. That is going to look so much different than anything this world has ever seen. And at exactly the right moment, that the nations will have to know that Yahweh is the Holy One in Israel. Now, we've seen that only a remnant will return. You know who those people are? Those are the people that care about this. It doesn't matter whether you were a Gentile or you are a blood Israelite. If you care about this, then you should be part of the remnant return. If you care about His glory in the earth. Our national mission has not changed. But to accomplish a mission takes a great sense of purpose. It takes a great sense of focus. If you let other things in the way of that mission, of that vision, then those things will take over your life and you won't be part of this. And friends, we're getting close to this. Yahweh is doing this work, and He is preparing people's hearts to accomplish this national mission. We are deep into the last days. For this promise to be fulfilled, it can't be way off into the future, can it? So we need to be thinking about this now. You know what we need to do? We need to start coming together as the crew on that ship, right? We have to learn how to cooperate together, how to work together in a practical way to make this happen. We have to want this to happen, and we have to hear His voice and do what He tells us. Now, His name is the first thing. That's what matters. But you know what? We also have a personal incentive to accomplish our national mission. And here it is. Our personal incentive is to escape the judgment of the nations. Do they deserve it? Do you watch the news? Do you see the attitudes of people? There's still some righteous people around, but the world is getting more and more wicked and farther away from Him. Judgment will fall at the appropriate time. But Yahweh says to His remnant, "For I, says Yahweh, will be to her a wall of fire all around, and I will be the glory in the midst of her. Come, come, flee from the land of the north, says Yahweh, for I have spread you abroad as the four winds of heaven. Come, Zion, escape, you who dwell with the daughter of Babylon." Babylon being the world. Escape. We have a way of escape. Now, if you stay in the nations, and even if you're hit by a meteor falling, you're blown up by an atomic blast, you're killed by unrest in the world, a corrupt government decides to wipe you out, whatever happens to you, you still have your personal hope, right? So, if you don't do this, in the end, you could still end up okay. But is that really how you want it to happen? I don't. And not just because I want to save my skin, although I find that idea appealing. But the truth is, I don't want this to happen and me miss it. Do you? I don't want to have Yahweh's name lifted up among his remnant and me not be a part of it. I think anybody that knows about this ought to feel that same way if they know him and love him. And as an added bonus, you get to escape. And that's a great thing, isn't it? So, you see, hope. Yahweh has got it covered. He's covered our personal hope, and he's covered our national hope. But even that calls on something from each of us personally. This time we're equipped with what we need, though, to do it. Because of Yeshua Messiah, we actually have his Spirit living within us. We can hear his voice. We can keep his commandments. We can be a part of this if we make this like that rope, that cord, to hang on to in these troubled times. So, friends, when you watch the news, you see the wickedness in the world, you see us getting closer and closer to the end. You don't need to be afraid. You don't need to be thinking, something terrible is going to happen to me, to my family. Yahweh has it covered. And yes, we may get to a point where we're feeling like the person on that shipwreck. And in a way, we are still shipwrecked, right? We're all scattered throughout the world. We are feeling the storm around us. But we do have that cord. We have these promises. We have Yeshua Messiah. And we can be sure Yahweh will do what he promises, and that he will be a wall of fire around his remnant as they choose to obey him. So, friends, hang on to hope and hang on tight.
For whatever things were written before were written for our learning, that we, through the patience and comfort of the Scriptures, might have hope. The apostles, they were Torah scholars. This is why I'm doing Zion Academy. The lessons include 2-hour audio programs and quiz modules. All the lessons in the Torah can be applied to us today. Not to mention, they open up the renewed covenant scriptures in a whole new level, much like the apostles had understanding of the Torah. Plus, I can do the courses in my own time, at my own pace, with no prerequisites, and at a very low cost. I can do them here.
Or here.
Zion Academy students are provided with study materials, the Zion Messianic Scriptures, in-depth verse-by-verse programs, and quizzes with your final grade and a certificate at the end of the course. Zion Academy also offers assignments for students who would like to opt in to take part in the Zion Tabernacle live Shabbat meetings. Become immersed in the Torah. Find out how you can become a Zion Academy student at zion.org.